We are live.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started with Planning Committee. This morning, we are going to hold elections, but first I am going to go over some rules of procedure because we did have some rather large changes made to our procedure bylaw. So our new quorum is 3. We do achieve that quorum this morning. I will note that each speaker that comes forward this morning will have a time limit of 10 minutes, inclusive of questions from the committee. This excludes the applicant clarification section, which will be a 5-minute time period, again, including questions from the committee. The committee can waive staff presentations should they choose to do so. They would still be permitted to use those 10 minutes to ask questions of staff. During the debate portion of the meeting, we are, as usual, limited to the 2 speaking opportunities at 4 minutes apiece. Members of the committee, are there any questions on those rules of procedure? Seeing none, we will move on to, Mary Davis.
Yeah. Is there any limit in respect to the number of people that can speak to it?
There are no limitations to the number of individuals that wish to speak.
Correct, but just that you can't be longer than 10 minutes, including questions.
That's correct. Each individual's remarks are maintained to that 10-minute.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we will move on to elections. I'm looking for nominations for chair. Councillor Sless.
I nominate the mayor.
Mayor Davis, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Are there any other nominations?
Close nomination.
Nominations are so closed. Councillor or Mayor Davis, you are acclaimed to chair. Looking for nominations for vice chair. Councillor Scully.
I'd like to nominate Councillor McCreary.
Councillor McCreary, do you accept the nomination? Sure. Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Seeing none, Councillor McCreary, you are acclaimed to vice chair. Mayor Davis, you have the roadmap.
Yeah. So first of all, if you've taken the roll call, Lisa?
Roll has been taken.
Okay. So we'll move into declarations of conflict of interest. Does any member of the committee have a declaration they need to make regarding any of the items that are on the agenda this morning and this afternoon? Seeing no raised hands. So we'll go on to before we deal with the statutory hearings, just confirming that we don't have any other items for consideration other than approving the minutes of our previous meeting. So if I can have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes of the February 16th meeting of the Planning Committee. Moved by Councillor Sless, seconded by Councillor Sicoli. Any discussion on the form and content of the minutes? Seeing none. Lisa, you could please take the vote.
Minutes carry unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Sless, McCreary, Van Tilburg, and Sicoli.
Great. All right, before we move into the statutory hearings, I have received a request from a member of council that we take the Hardy Road item, which I believe currently is item 4, that we move that up to deal with that first. And then following that, we deal with the application on Morel Street, which I believe is, that's number 3, is it not? Yeah, that's 3. So unless anybody objects, that's how we'll do it. So before we move into each of those statutory public hearings, I do have to confirm the rules that are applicable. And as I said, there are 4 public meeting statutory hearings on today's agenda. And those public meeting statutory hearings are held in accordance with the provisions of the Ontario Planning Act. The purpose of the hearings is to discuss the planning application, to hear from the public either in support of or against the application. At the end of each public meeting, the committee will pass a recommendation, which then goes to council for a final decision. The name of anyone who speaks in regards to any item will appear within the meeting minutes. Anyone wishing notice of any further proceedings regarding the application should also provide their name and address to the city clerk's office. We ask that members of the public in attendance today to speak to an item, please ensure that you add your contact information to the sign-in sheet. That's the delegates table when you came in. So the procedure we follow is the applicant speaks first, followed by municipal staff, and then the public. Each will have up to 10 minutes to speak, inclusive of questions from the committee. The applicant at the end of it will then have up to 5 minutes to provide clarification to any questions or issues that are raised during the meeting. So we'll now move then to consider item. Okay. All right. We're changing the order again because the applicant agent is not here in respect to 5.4 the Hardy Road. So let's move then to what was 5.3, and we'll deal with it as 5.1. And so this is the zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1822 and draft plan of condominium 29C 22504 in respect to a property municipally described as 58 Morel Street. So I'll now ask the applicant or the agent appearing before the committee if you please come forward, or they're coming in virtually. There you are. If you please come forward, sir, to the delegates table right down here.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of committee.
So if you please state your name and address, and then following that, you'll have 10 minutes to complete your presentation, including questions.
Thank you. My name is James Webb. I'm a professional land use planner. Address of my office is 244 James Street, South City of Hamilton. And I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the applicant and property owner in this matter, the Bucci Rosart Group. I will provide you a brief overview of what's before you today with respect to the applications and add some further comments, as we are aware that an abutting property owner has come forward with concerns, and I'd like to submit to you some further minor modifications, how we feel an appropriate response is to address the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors. So beautiful, they even labeled the clicker for me. So the matter before you today is essentially an implementation sequence of something that council had previously allowed for through your recent adoption of the official plan. The property 58 Morel Street, 3 hectares in area, through the adoption of your most recent official plan was modified. It was previously designated as industrial. It was redesignated to a residential category, which therefore enabled my client to proceed with the applications before you today, seeking an amendment to the zoning bylaw to implement a parallel residential category for the property that would allow for what I would characterize as a fairly gentle intensification project on the property. The slide before you provides a contextual understanding of where it is. It's on the west side of Morel Street, flanking onto Webster. It's surrounded on the opposite side by traditional low density residential. You'll see there's a number of projects in this area, which is really evolving as a mixed use area. There's been some recent and significant investments in new residential conversions of former properties, adaptive reuse. But there are still remaining industrial users in the vicinity. We have SC Johnson immediately to the west of us. Additional industrial use at the end of the road, all of which have been carefully considered in the planning applications that are before you today in terms of matters of land use compatibility. These are some photographs obviously taken in nicer weather. The building has since been demolished on the property as the owner of the property is proceeding to do remediation on the site in order to be in a position to obtain a record of site condition. Parts of the building itself contained hazardous materials. The removal of the building was necessary as a precursor for us to do further testing to actually delineate and understand what's required in terms of remediation work to achieve the necessary standard for sensitive land use to be developed on the property. The planning framework, again, the property is within the designated boundary. It's within the built up area for the city, subject to appropriate policies that encourage sensitive intensification to occur. Your new official plan designates it as residential, which permits a range of dwelling forms, dwelling intensities. your new plan is very unique. You've stepped back from guiding specific height and density policies. Instead, the emphasis is really on achieving appropriate development through adherence to a set of very good and innovative urban design guidelines to ensure that what is developed on a property, in fact, respects what's around it with regards to compatibility. Is the scale appropriate? Is the massing appropriate? Those types of issues help us arrive at what is an appropriate form of redevelopment. The current zoning, again, a legacy from the prior industrial use. We have an M2 and an FM2 zoning, two-zone floodplain, which does allow for development with a restriction on no basements being permitted. And you obviously need to obtain approvals from the local conservation authority. And the rezoning that we're looking to implement on the property is to now align with what's permitted by the official plan in terms of the residential designation into an R4A category. Modified, it will permit maximum of 3 stories of height. We're not proposing to change that. The density is below 50 units per hectare. The only modifications that we needed to that existing standard category, which is pretty unique, is we're only seeking minor modifications with respect to setbacks. Otherwise, we fit within the confines of that former zone. There's an excerpt of your official plan. Again, sorry about the scale, but the dot shows that the site has now been redesignated to its residential intentions. An excerpt of your zoning bylaw that confirms what is today the existing zoning, the legacy of the M2, and what you will see is on the opposite side of the road throughout and adjoining us, you'll see that we essentially have residential to the south, to the east through a number of redevelopments, and part of that larger community that is really evolving into that mixed use character. We talk about 15-minute neighborhoods. This is a neighborhood that is really evolving into that mixed use character. It has everything. It has open space, it has schools, it has commercial uses, and it has jobs, and it's growing. It's becoming a focal point for new residential development that builds on all of those uses and really, I think, benefits from a location that's close to downtown. It's well served by transit. So for all of those reasons, you've made that conscious decision to redesignate for residential and allow for that use to come forward. The specifics of the proposal. Sorry, just to skim over that. So as part of a complete application, we did submit to city planning staff that full gamut of studies that are necessary. The key ones really being to demonstrate that there's adequate municipal services, and then the studies dealing with municipal design objectives. How does the urban design fit and compatibility? And because of the adjoining land uses, we spent a lot of time and effort studying, potential impacts and how do we mitigate from those adjoining industrial uses through noise studies and D6 land use studies. The development proposal itself, again, this will be a vacant land plan of condominium. There's now a total of 141 dwelling units. The density is just below 50 units. There's a mix of townhouse forms that I'll show you on the concept plan, combination of standard block townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, and rear lane or street, a modified street townhouse. Again, 3 stories in height. Parking, you'll be pleased to know that we're not seeking any modifications. In fact, we're going above and beyond what's permitted. The bylaw requires 1.5. We're meeting that, but because you don't actually count driveway spaces, we're in fact achieving a ratio almost of 2.5 spaces. There's an additional 141 spaces because we have both a garage and a driveway space. And within the center of the project, again, because it's a condominium, we want to make sure that there's somewhere for these residents to go, not just the surrounding open space, but some on-site amenity space. This is the initial concept plan that we came forward with when we first submitted, 156 units. The green units are the double fronted units. So they have a face and an orientation towards the street. The blue are the masonettes or the double front units, which is an innovative way to achieve density. And the lighter, the brown color are standard 3-story block townhouses. So it's an interesting mix, provides a range of unit sizes, unit styles. But again, it achieves the objectives of both creating the amenity of an interior community, as well as, not turning its back and actually having orientation. It has people, front porches that interact with the street, which is one of the key urban design objectives when you consider this type of infill development. The concept plan was subsequently revised during the process. Again, we maintained that interior space we actually reduced the number of units. I'm sure you're not familiar with that. It doesn't typically happen through a review process, but as we modify the development, we actually looked at potentially widening some of the units. So it's a minor reduction, 156 down to 141. We're able to maintain the number of parking spaces for both visitors and residents, and that central amenity space I'll just focus on is really, for the benefit of the residents. It's going to have some unique attributes in that because of the heritage industrial character, we've agreed to actually do some salvage and reclamation of the building that came down. And we'll be putting up not just a commemorative plaque on the property, but we're going to try and reuse some of those materials into some form of a feature, whether it's a sitting area, low wall, architectural element that I think will uniquely benefit this development in terms of its proper regard for the historical legacy of the property. So what has arisen in the last 24 hours is that we've been made aware that our neighbor SC Johnson has concerns with respect to our development. Unfortunately, it's come late in the process, but we have had an opportunity to review written correspondence that came from them with validity. They've raised concerns because of their existing industrial operations. The change in the OP allowed residential uses to come in, but the details of any application and its merits and its compatibility tests are through this process that's before you today. So we absolutely recognize and acknowledge SC Johnson is a well-respected member of this community. They employ a significant number of people and have a legacy. My client has absolute regard for their interest in this, and we wish to work collaboratively with them such that we can also become, good neighbors. I'll emphasize the fact that, we're before you today because this property was redesignated. There is a very clear policy framework that begins at the province that is in place to recognize this exact circumstance. Anytime you introduce a sensitive land use beside an existing industrial operation, you need to ensure that you will not prejudice that operation, and that any residents on this new property are protected through appropriate mitigation measures. So we've done the studies, we've done noise studies, we've done air studies of dust and odor, and we are before you today with recommendations that implement the recommendations of those studies to the extent that we're satisfied that we can, in fact, coexist.
Mr. Webb, can you wrap it up in the next 10, 15 seconds?
Yes,
please?
I can. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, my only request to further address the comments from SC Johnson, what we would recommend to you, you have a holding provision today before you as part of the amending bylaw that has a peer review of the noise study. We would add as a further protection to that to also seek a peer review of our air, dust, and odor study that was completed by SLR consultants to provide further justification, and we will abide by any of the recommendations that flow from that peer review. And secondly, in reviewing their letter, they had identified a number of initiatives that they thought would help achieve compatibility, one of which was that air conditioning units be mandated across the entirety of the site. We had them just around the periphery and street facing units, and we're in agreement with that. And that's a measure that could be implemented through the site plan approval process. So with that, Your Worship.
Yeah, we'll have to call it there. I've let you go a little bit longer, but we do have rules. So I'll now call upon staff, Sean House. So you'll have an opportunity at the end to respond to any, up to 5 minutes to respond to anything that comes up through the staff section or the public section. Thanks, Mr. Webb. So if you could just go back to the public area, and then we'll call you back at the end. So Sean, I don't think you need to be reminded, but you got 10 minutes.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean House. I'm an intermediate planner here at the city. We're here because we've received an application for zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of condominium at 58 Morel Street. I'll do my best to keep my presentation brief and not go over anything that the applicant has already mentioned. The proposal itself, as you've heard, is for 141 townhouse dwelling units. And the draft plan of condominium is to separate ownership of those each individual units and create the common elements within that plan of condominium. Here we have an aerial photo of the site previously occupied by the Robbins Myers factory. Existing uses to the south include the Brant Curling Club, residential uses to the east, and industrial and commercial to the north and west. Here we have a photo of the site taken from the northeast corner. As you can see, it's currently vacant. This shot is taken from the southwest corner, or the southeast corner, sorry. This is from the southwest. As you can see, there's an existing small woodlot here, which I'll speak about later on in my presentation. Again, 141 dwelling units are proposed. Driveway accesses will be off of Webster Street and Morel Street. Once the cars enter there, residents will access their townhouses via private condominium roads. Private amenity space central to the site, 1,500 square meters. Here's a sample of the townhouse elevation. This elevation would be internal facing, as you can tell by the garage doors. And I also wanted to share this sample of an exterior facing townhouse. So this one would be facing Morel Street or Webster Street. As you can see, the applicant's taken some care to make sure that's addressing the public realm and not the rear of a townhouse that would create a backlotting situation, which isn't in line with our urban design manual. This is the draft plan of condominium that is before you today as well, showing the individual units to be created along with those common element areas. The subject lands are designated residential within our official plan. That residential designation does permit the proposed use townhouses. The application helps create a complete community. It increases our supply in housing. And if approved, this application will conform to our official plan. In terms of zoning, our R4A medium residential zones proposed here, that is the appropriate zone for a townhouse development. I'll note that the flood prefix will still apply to the southern portion of the lands, restricting basements and sensitive land uses. There are minor reductions to the minimum front yard, exterior side yard, and the parking area setback than what you would normally see in the R4A zone, but they're in the neighborhood of 0.5 meter, fairly minor, and staff are supportive of those reductions. As the applicant mentioned, land use compatibility studies were required as part of a complete application. The compatibility studies had a number of recommendations to mitigate any noise concerns as well as air quality concerns, as the applicant had spoke about, including warning clauses on title, provision of air conditioning so that doors and windows can remain closed, even the capacity for filters on some of the air intakes to control for any odor impact. These mitigation measures will be guaranteed as conditions of the draft plan of condominium and implemented through our site plan control application. A traffic impact study was also included with the submission. It didn't identify any impact to existing service levels in terms of traffic, and no improvements to the road network were recommended with that study. Last on this slide is the heritage impact statement that was provided in support of the application. Its recommendations included a commemorative plaque on Morel Street and using some of the salvaged materials from the former Robbins and Myers factory within the design of the amenity area. This was presented to our Heritage Committee who agreed with those recommendations. So we'll make sure, if approved, that those occur through site plan control. As I previously shown on my slide, there's a small woodlot on the southwest corner of the site. In consultation with the Grand River Conservation Authority, we required a tree inventory as well as a species at risk assessment for that woodlot. The tree inventory did not identify any protected tree species there, and it's not considered a private woodlot that's protected by our private tree bylaw. In terms of species at risk, it was not identified as a habitat for any of those species, and the report did state that this development does not have the potential to impact any species at risk. And then in terms of urban design, as previously mentioned, we really worked to frame Morel Street and Webster Street with these townhouses, making sure they're really addressing the public realm. As shown on this slide, this is a landscape plan provided, conceptual, but will be implemented through site plan control. They're showing a number of replacement trees that would have been removed from the woodlot. They're also showing a children's play area in the center of the site, which we see as a positive. This application was circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the site. We held a neighborhood meeting on July 13th for any members of the public who were circulated on that. Some comments we heard related to traffic, any potential for parking spillover from the site, some street lighting, and then what the impact of those surrounding businesses would be on the proposal. For this circulation, I heard from a neighbor again, a resident who had attended that meeting, and she wasn't able to attend today. She did want me to relay her concerns and reiterate their concerns with traffic and parking spillover. I do note that the applicant's providing the minimum required number of parking spaces as per our zoning bylaw. And as previously mentioned, we received a letter from a neighboring business with concerns about how the proposal will affect their operations, and this letter has been provided to Planning Committee. In terms of our standard land calculation, I won't go through the whole calculation with you, but were this type of development to be built out as single detached dwellings on our minimum lot size, we'd see about a net requirement of almost 2 acres more than what the site provides. And bear in mind, that's not taking into account the road area that would be required to facilitate those single detached dwellings. So in fact, it would be a little more than 2 acres. I'd like to conclude that this application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the city's official plan. It supports the appropriate redevelopment of a brownfield site. There are a number of areas within the Homedale neighborhood that are transitioning from industrial uses to residential uses. You see this across the street at the former Harding Carpets factory. As an example, as planners, we're very sensitive to protecting surrounding employment uses. It goes both ways. We want to make sure that, for future residents aren't impacted by those uses, and that those employment
Sean, can you
uses
wrap it up in about
continue to
10,
function.
15 seconds?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much. Staff recommend that these applications be approved. Happy to answer any questions.
That'll have to wait till it's 10 minutes inclusive of questions. I believe that's our new rules. But you do have an opportunity to ask committee members, you do have an opportunity to question staff members during the discussion portion. So let's move then to the public portion. So we're now going to open the floor to members of the public who would like to speak to this item. And so I'm going to ask then if there are any members of the public attending the meeting either here in person or virtually, please come forward. So we're going to ask you, I think you can see where you go. And so I'm going to ask you to state your name, your mailing address, and a reminder, you have 10 minutes as well, inclusive of questions.
I'm Brian Pursley and I live at 40 Webster Street. And my main concern is the parking, of course, because it's no one will probably even be using their garages in this development. And it's pretty high density, I think, for the area because it's basically landlocked on two sides by Johnson's and then the existing railway line that has now got 10 transports running out of there. Somebody bought the railway line and just not that long ago and have turned it into a trucking, like they run trucks out of there. So which happened, I don't know where the city was in planning that out, but it's going to be residential. Why are we letting all this industry, new industry come back in to the area? Like the former Brantford Brick, we have Lancaster Construction who voiced concerns at the last meeting about he gets a lot of complaints from neighbors now from them dropping the bins, and I can hear them at my house actually too. And so I just know the parking, I'll never get parked in front of my house again because Webster Street will be completely lined with cars. And because Morel Street is limited on the number of parking spaces. And Webster, right now, there's only like really me and another neighbor that park on the street at this point. But as soon as this development's done, it's going to be completely lined with cars. So, you know, it's going to kind of impact my home because I have a 2-car driveway, which isn't going to be, I won't even be able to move my cars around properly with all this new development because people that are facing Webster obviously are going to park in the front, and it's going to impact the curling club because they have limited parking. And if they have an event there, the street's completely lined both sides of Webster. They park on the boulevard. And even when they have their events, the street's lined with cars from the curling club. So I have a feeling it's going to impact them, or people are going to park in their lot, which they do now at there's an apartment building, 2 houses from me, 3 apartments in it. And those people always park on the curling club lot. A lot of the people do. They have a couple of vehicles there all the time. And the curling club doesn't seem to matter about that now. But I think when this development is finished, there's going to be a big problem in the whole neighborhood. Like you got Bank Street, which runs through the old Hardings, and it's a nightmare for parking if you go look. You know, people have all, they've actually got creative and made their sidewalks really wide so they can park another vehicle there. So I think parking is a big issue on any development in Brantford now, because you talk to anybody in a new area, as soon as they put townhouses in, there goes their parking. You know, like if they have a single family home, they can't even park in front of their own house anyway. I know you don't have to have that. It's not your spot, but you know, it's just, I just have a feeling it's too high density, I think, for that area. So, and, you know, they're going to get complaints. I mean, Johnson's usually, where I live, I don't usually smell Johnson's at all. It usually goes the other way, the way the wind goes. So only on a real humid day, I might smell a little bit of stuff, but that's about it. So anyway, that's all I have to say, but okay.
Thanks, Mr. There may be a couple of questions for, I've got one. What's your address and what?
40 Webster Street. It's right across the street from the woodlot.
Right. So how far are you down from the curling club parking lot? Are you like 3?
Oh, I'm only the third house. There's an apartment on the 3 apartments, and then a single family home, and then my home.
Right. And how much truck traffic is there on your street right now?
There's a few transports come down there. They're not supposed to, but they do. For Johnson's, yeah. There is trucks still come down there. Not a lot, but there is trucks.
Okay. All right. So let's see if any other committee members, yes, Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Appreciate hearing from you. What, in a perfect world, what would you like to see happen to that property?
Well, I think maybe single family homes would be better. I don't know, but even Bank Street, they build them so close to the road that you hardly have no parking anyway. So it's the parking is the problem. I know there's one house, my neighbor was telling me that they have 7 cars, you know, that live around that area. They have 7 cars in one house. So, you know, that's why, I mean, people aren't going to use their garages, you know, so.
Right. They typically become family rooms.
Yeah, they will be, or for their bikes or whatever, because they don't have a basement. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
All right, thanks very much, Brian. I really appreciate you
Okay.
coming out today, and you were very short but concise.
Yeah.
So I'll just ask you to just push the button there and step back. So turn
Okay.
that red light off.
What button?
Oh, it's okay. We got control of it. up
Oh, okay.
here. Okay. All right. So is there anyone else here in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either for or against? Yes, sir. Come forward. So please state to your name and address, and then you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman Davis and members of the committee. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Christopher Pierce with SC Johnson and representing the property that we have in the manufacturing site at 1 Webster Street. A letter you heard mentioned in earlier presentations was submitted earlier this week on behalf of SC Johnson related to the proposed development under consideration at 58 Morel Street. And unfortunately, that letter does not sufficiently convey SC Johnson's fundamental opposition to the proposed residential development. We, in fact, have very grave concerns about the impact that this development will have on the future viability of our business operations and the future of industrial and commercial development in Brantford generally, as well as the quality of life of nearby neighborhoods, which is why our company is requesting that the development not proceed and its related rezoning requests be denied. We have seen time and again around the world at other SC Johnson sites what happens when residential development steadily encroaches on industrial lands. And too often in the case, we have had to shut down our operations, several manufacturing facilities, because of that incompatibility of placing homeowners next to manufacturing sites. We know that these new residents, hundreds of people moving into 141 units on this relatively compact parcel of land, will understandably expect peace and quiet and won't be satisfied with less, regardless of whether they have been notified and they acknowledge that they're fully aware that they are living next to an industrial site. Most concerning to us, and I would emphasize, is the safety of residents, particularly with young children living in such close proximity to a manufacturing site, with truck traffic coming in and out of the facility operating around the clock. We are proud of more than 100 years of operating history in Brantford. SC Johnson Canada was established in 1920. Our operations here have been a success because of the citizens who live and work here, and we are grateful to count hundreds of them as SC Johnson employees. We are simply asking that we be allowed to continue to operate, contribute to the community in a way that honors what we believe was the wisdom of prior zoning designations. That development, if allowed to proceed, will put our ability to continue to exist at this site in serious jeopardy. And we believe also risks undoing the intent of prior zoning decisions in a way that does not serve the interests of the local economy and the community. And so again, we respectfully request that the development be stopped and the related rezoning request be denied. I appreciate your attention to our comments, and at the appropriate time, happy to respond to questions.
Well, we'll see if there are questions, and I can see that we'll go down Councillor Van Tilborg, then Councillor Celeste and Councillor McCurry.
Thank you for coming, Christopher. It was mentioned in the presentations by staff that there was a meeting held back in July, and someone had mentioned conflict with industrial properties. And were you engaged shortly after that meeting, as it would have been apparent to anybody at that meeting that more consultation with industry should occur? Were you reached out to in July?
No, to our knowledge, we were not, and we did not receive notice of the earlier effort to redesignate as part of the change to the OP. We have checked and we have no record of being noticed. So to my knowledge, we were not participating in that effort. We certainly would like to have, but hindsight being what it is, that's not where we are today.
And have you participated in previous consultations with the city on lands in and around your area?
I believe so. Not that I've participated in personally, but that's my understanding.
All right. And you don't have to answer this. But being a company that's been around 100 years and industrial practices were significantly different 100 years ago than they are today. Would you consider that point in time, perhaps SC Johnson would be a brownfield site, or particularly the industry next to you also a brownfield site, the one that's being purchased?
I understand your question, Counselor, but that's beyond my
Okay.
expertise to answer.
That's why I said I didn't have to. Appreciate your input and for coming here and enlightening us. I also am one that is always hesitant when we put residential next to industrial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Pierce, for doing a long trip to get here to present on behalf of SC Johnson. I understand you're from Washington.
That's correct, sir.
Right. And we really appreciate your company and our community. I don't think it's a well-kept secret that you're probably one of the most community-minded companies that we have in our community, and we're grateful for that. I understand where you're coming from. I get it. I guess it's the proper term. Do you feel further discussions with the applicant could be fruitful?
We would certainly be open to that, Counselor. Yes.
If at the end of this hearing, a deferral for 2 or 3 cycles, and a cycle being roughly a month, do you feel that would give you ample time to have what I would consider fruitful discussions to see if there's a way to remedy things to allow everybody to move on happily?
We would certainly support that if you were to propose that, Counselor. Dialogue is always good. I just also want to, out of an abundance of caution, just leave the impression that we are still fundamentally opposed. But we would certainly use any period of time during a deferral to seek productive discussions alongside the council and the applicant.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor McCreary.
Sir, thank you for your attendance today.
Yes.
Could you confirm that the vast majority of your shipping receiving traffic comes via Grand River Avenue rather than Webster?
That's my understanding. I cannot say categorically that some truck drivers may take a different route, but that is.
It would likely
that's
only
the practice.
be the errant drivers or those relying on GPS that would come down Webster, I would suppose.
That wouldn't be an unreasonable assumption, but I can't confirm that, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councillor Secolia.
Yes, thank you. Do you currently receive any noise complaints from the residential area? And
Yes,
it's Webster and
yes, we do.
You
Yes,
do?
periodically. Yes.
okay. And when that piece of land was for sale that was subsequently purchased, did you give any consideration to purchasing that just to maintain those boundaries for yourself?
Councillor Secola, I'd have to respond afterwards to be accurate. I don't know that we received notice in time, but I don't want to misstate for the record. I'd be happy to provide a response afterwards if that's acceptable.
Okay, that would be absolutely fine. And then the complaints, the nature of the complaints that do come in, because there's a residential neighborhood closer to you than this will be geographically. What's the nature of the complaints that come in?
Noise is certainly one associated with round the clock operations. The traffic incidences that were mentioned by Councillor McCreary. Occasionally odor is my understanding as well.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary or very peculiar. It's
Okay.
what facilities like ours tend to be used to.
Great. And thank you for everything you do for the community.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
Right, so we're getting pretty close to 10. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you for that. Sir, I believe in the report, or perhaps your letter, it indicated that SC Johnson quite often holds a number of corporate or semi-public events in your parking areas.
Yes.
These are these things for which you typically get noise permit permission from City of Brantford, or are they simply things that happen for a short period of time on your own property?
My experience has been the latter.
Okay. So, but there was some concern expressed that your ability to do those things might be impeded by the presence of this project.
Correct, as well as the loss of potential room for expansion.
Right.
We would most likely have to use or utilize the parking lot space in order to physically expand, resulting in that loss.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Pierce, as a past chair of the Brant United Way campaign, I certainly do value the relationship with SC Johnson, a great corporate citizen. And hopefully we can find some way to move forward to address the concerns of all those involved.
Thank
So
you.
that takes us to just exactly 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, members of the council.
So are there any other, it looks like we have a third member of the public. Sir, if you please identify yourself and your address.
Morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carl Broderick. I'm president of North America for Hartman, North America. Our factory and North American head office is at 58 Frank Street, or right around the corner from the proposed development. Hartman is the world's largest molded fiber egg producer. We have factories in the US, Canada, South America, Asia, India, Russia, and Europe. Our products are based using post-consumer waste, paper-based, using post-consumer waste, i.e. blue box. The bulk of our recycled paper used in Brantford, the Brantford facility, which is in a neighborhood of 100 tons a day, comes from the GTA area. In addition to being made from recycled paper, our products are also recyclable, compostable, and biodegradable. Approximately 25% of North America's molded fiber egg cartons are made here in Brantford at our facility. This facility produces more cartons, more molded fiber egg cartons than any other facility in North America. We currently employ roughly 250 people, about 220 hourly and 30 salary. Recent salary surveys that we have done indicate that we are one of the highest paying employers in the area. It has come to a light from a neighboring business that there's a zoning bylaw amendment for the major condominium complex that we're discussing today, presently known as 58 Morel. I understood from your planning department when I reached out to them yesterday that the Planning Act only requires notification of neighboring properties that are in the 120 meter vicinity to the area affected. We're in fact 180 according to your planning department. Therefore, there is no obligation on their part to notify us of these proposed changes. Nonetheless, we feel that it does have an impact to our business and we want it to be visible here to voice our opposition. And as a result, we didn't have the appropriate time to assess or review the full impact this proposed development would have to our business. And we're concerned about the impact it will have on our Brantford operation, the viability of the operation. The type of manufacturing that we do, coupled with the scale of our operation, has an inherent characteristics that are not entirely conducive to a residential neighborhood. Considering our proximity to some of the residential properties and our neighbors, we are highly sensitive to their needs. However, in an industrial setting like we have, the amount of truck traffic and industrial noise is unavoidable. We fear that the area once housed significant industry is greatly reduced. We are concerned that the needs of our organization will be trumped by an ever-growing, increasingly densely populated residential area. Hartman spent approximately $10 million of capital in 22 alone, improving that facility. We have an additional $15 million of capital improvement plan for this facility in the next 12 months. So we're investing very heavily in that facility to make it not only viable, but more efficient and produce more product. We're presently planning a major expansion that will not only increase employment, But with that will also drive further traffic and possibly more noise. We plan on increasing the capacity of the facility by about 20%. So you can appreciate that that would mean roughly 20% more traffic of trucks, et cetera. So I'd like to take that opportunity to voice our opposition to this proposed development and due to the long-term impact that will have on the viability of this operation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Broderick. We'll see if there are questions. Yes, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Broderick. My history of you guys is that you were on Elgin Street and you moved down into the to that area, your new location. And I see that you mentioned you put in significant investment over those years. So what was the year that you guys decided to make that change from Elgin to where you currently are? I think it's Frank Street, is it not?
It predates me, but it was somewhere in a range of about 22 years ago.
22 years ago.
It was formerly Husband Refrigeration Factory.
Right. And so, and you went there because of its location and its ability to expand. Would that be
right? The geographical footprint was sizable enough to be able to scale up expansion. The building itself was adequate with respect to the lines that we put in. It's a very capital intensive business. So essentially it's like a paper mill. And when you're adding machines, they take up a considerable amount of space in the facility and they're not movable. They're not the type of equipment that you could just pick up and move to another building. It would be very cumbersome, very expensive, and not necessarily feasible because it just
does your industry have scrubbers?
It does.
Yes, it does. And they don't always work though. Sometimes they break down. Would that be correct?
Sometimes they break down. Yes.
Yeah. And that's when everybody else discovers that you exist in a way. Would that not be correct as well?
I'm sorry?
That's when probably other people in the neighborhood may discover that you exist as a factory when that happens.
Sure. It's we have to be very sensitive. For example, we've spent roughly $30,000 in the last 2 years doing vibration studies based on neighborhood complaints, which we appreciate. So we took it upon ourselves to do that. They demonstrated that the vibration wasn't coming from our facility. And it was a third party that we contracted to do this. But nonetheless, we felt it was important for us to, if it was coming from our facility, to address it and rectify it.
Thank you. I do remember that when that was occurring. I appreciate your coming here today.
Thank you.
Any other questions by Councilor McCurry?
Mayor, thank you. Welcome, sir. I'll ask you the same question I asked the gentleman from SC Johnson. Can you confirm that the vast majority of your shipping and receiving truck traffic comes in along Grand River on the north face of your property?
The majority of it does, but I think to the point that you made, not every driver pays attention to trucking routes. So we are, in fact, know for a fact that the odd truck goes down the wrong way. We've had instances of residents showing up at our facility complaining about their cable lines being knocked down, particularly on Frank Street. That is outside our control. We don't control the trucks, but nonetheless, we bear the brunt for their frustration. And quite honestly, I don't blame them, but it's something that as part of industrial area, we can't control every truck that comes in and out.
And we see that in many locations throughout this municipality and you probably see it in other cities that you're operating in as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Most of our facilities operate in more of industrial setting.
Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for coming, Carl. I believe we've had some correspondence via electronics, but do you feel it would be of value to you that any time that there's development activity going on in the Homedale area, regardless of where it is in the Homedale area, that yourselves and Johnson's and the like would be notified to simply give you the opportunity to respond?
Absolutely. You know, it really determines, where we put our capital, where we decide to invest. We have, several facilities situated throughout the world. We built an additional one in Missouri in the last few years that we've expanded. And there was always a toss up of, deciding where we want to put our capital in terms of expansion. So being involved in this earlier on, and, it was one thing I was a bit disappointed with was not being involved or not being made aware of what the plans were, given the proximity of our facility to this proposed development. Although we were advised of a apartment complex that was going up on Grand River, which was far outside the 120-meter requirement that the act had. So I was a little perplexed at why we would be involved or informed of that one, which has less impact on our business, and not involved or advised of the one that does.
Right. No, I appreciate that. From my perspective, Homedale's somewhat unique in the sense that there's not a lot of exits to get out of Homedale to go to other parts of the city. So when we start congesting the streets down there, I think it impacts everybody when there's
Councillor
development
Celeste,
going on.
do you have a question?
And I believe
We're not
you would agree with that when development goes on, correct me if I'm wrong, that it congests all the streets, not just the street that it happens to sit on. And that perhaps the notification area should be more general as opposed to more, while complying with provincial law, it should be more generalized that more people understand what's going on in their neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. And thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Oh, just a second, Mr. Broderick, I've got a question for you. So that property is sat, I mean, the last time Robinson Myers operated there, gee, that's got to be, I think, close to a decade now, isn't it? Being a neighbor. It's
Apparently I've been with Hartman 5
Yeah.
years. I've been a resident of Brantford 5 years.
right. It's by the time you've been here, it's been
Right.
basically a vacant, kind of abandoned property, quite unsightly.
It has been, yeah.
So what would you see, speaking on behalf of Hartman, what would you see as being the best use of that property, given that we don't want to see it continue as an abandoned vacant industrial property?
Well, something less density, I think, again, you know, with the level of density that we're going to see in there, I think it will, you know, there'll be an expectation of more of a neighborhood versus a co-zoned area where there is industry close by. So my concern is, will it be a viable operation if we have to field constant complaints versus, you know, from neighbors that, you know, are living in an area that has an industrial setting. So.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I appreciate you coming forward. So I'll ask again then if there are any other members of the public who are present in the council chamber today that would like to speak to this matter. If so, please come forward. And so, Mr. Broderick, I'd ask if you could please step back and we'll have this individual come forward. Sir, if you would please, I think you know the routine, you've been watching. It's you have to state your name and address, and then you'll have 10 minutes.
Members of the community, Mark Dreamack. I'm a resident of Brantford at 25 Wildwood Avenue. My question regarding this development, high density housing has been the reference here all the way along. I understand there's 141 units involved. Has there been any discussion between our council and this developer, Bucci Rosehart, relative to a ratio of these units in satisfying our current affordable housing crisis in Brantford? These are the types of opportunities that we see throughout the city. From my observation, a lot of these developers come into the community. Foreign investors are buying a lot of these units, and then they get turned around and rented to members of this community or members new to the community in the $2,000 to $2,500 a month range, and really don't provide any relief to the housing crisis that is running rampant in Brantford. This council promotes that issue all the time in media. It is a real issue that we all recognize. So I guess my point is, as we're consuming our available lands here in the community, are developments like this being looked at as an opportunity to help offer relief for that affordable housing crisis?
Mr. Dreamack, the clerk has asked me if you could just spell your last name. I believe it's D-R-E-M-N-A-K. Is that it?
D-R-E-M-A-K.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So any questions for Mr. Dreamack? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Dreamack, for coming out today and coming forward and letting us know about your opinion in respect to this matter.
There's no answer to the question?
This is not a question and answer session. This is an opportunity for you to state what your concerns are. At the end of this application, the applicant has an opportunity to respond to any questions raised. So,
thank you.
Okay. So is there any other member of the public that would like to come forward to speak to this matter that's here in the council chamber? And Lisa, do we have anybody that's asked to come in virtually? No. Okay. So do we have any other member of the public that's present in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter? Now is the opportunity to come forward. I'll ask for the third and last time. If there is any other member of the public that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition, now is your time to come forward to speak to it. So, not seeing anyone else, we can now move to the applicant. You now have a 5-minute opportunity, Mr. Webb, to respond to some of the questions and concerns that we've heard over the last half hour.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of the committee. I'll keep my comments relatively brief. On the matter of parking, recognize this is a plan of condominium. There's no snow blowers or lawnmowers competing for space within the garages. Garage design is something that's certainly evolved recently. Garages are for cars. Home builders understand that. Municipal staff understand that. We actually see warning clauses in some municipalities such that homeowners are recognizing that that's its purpose. And as I said, this project is effectively oversupplying on parking. So we're not concerned with regard to the number of spaces that are being offered and don't foresee issues of overflow onto the adjoining neighborhood. With regard, I heard a comment with respect to density. Again, as I said, this is what I would characterize as a low density development. We're at less than 50 units per hectare. This is within that realm of low density. We could have gone substantively higher on this property, but this builder took into consideration the contextual characteristics of this neighborhood, and we feel that the density that we're proposing here is reasonable. And it's been studied through all the technical aspects. Is there adequate water capacity, sewer capacity? Are there any traffic impacts? So all those studies confirm that the number of units that we're proposing on the site is appropriate for what's existing in terms of the existing infrastructure and matters of compatibility. To the bigger issue of the concerns being raised by the adjoining industrial operators, certainly we respect their interest in this. We in no way are arriving here and want to be in any kind of circumstance wherein we are going to prejudice their operations. And that's why we undertook all of those very detailed scientific-based studies that were submitted and documented that no, we can in fact coexist. I'm the planner of record for the Pier 8 development in Hamilton, on Hamilton's waterfront. We are introducing 1,600 new units within the traditional industrial area of Hamilton's waterfront. And I can tell you that in that circumstance, through all those technical studies, that is a case in point that industrial uses can coexist with residential uses, provided that you undertake those studies, that you put forward thoughtful, reasonable studies and evaluations, put in place the necessary mitigation measures. These types of uses and operations can coexist. They were here first. They're valued members of this community. They create jobs and employment and revenue. What we're proposing to do on this site is permitted by your official plan. But at this very stage of implementation, we have put before staff those studies that do document that we can, in fact, operate this scale of use on this property without any negative or prejudicial impacts to those existing operations. Worship, I put myself in the hands of committee. If it's felt that a deferral would be of benefit, we would certainly agree to that. I'm not encouraged when I hear the commentary that says we're fundamentally opposed. I don't know that there's any room in that forum for a dialogue. We're happy to share all of our technical studies. We can work with staff prior to this coming back to further refine the holding provisions that I made mention of earlier, wherein we have a peer review pending of a noise study. We should add the air study to that. And we agree to implement anything that comes from that peer review. And that peer review process would be open and available to those existing industrial operations. Our consultants, coincidentally, the people that did the air consultant have previously done work on behalf of SC Johnson. So they're intimately familiar with their existing operations. They understand what's happening on that property. We have all of their C of As, and all of those operations are operating within the framework of their approvals, which is to be expected. And that's the nature of their operations. And those are the respectful type of people that operate business here. So we've done our evaluation. We think we can fit. I put myself in your hands, your worship and committee, in terms of if we think a deferral would be of benefit, we'd certainly make all of our materials available and ideally come back to you with support, but otherwise any sort of deferral, I think we'd request that as narrow a time frame as possible.
Any questions for Mr. Webb? Yes, Councilor McCreary.
Chair, could you indicate how much time is left in Mr. Webb's?
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I would like to move that we waive the rules to allow him to stay at the table to answer questions from members of the committee.
Well, on that request, I think it's a reasonable request unless anyone else objects. Councilor Sikoli. Okay. Does anybody else object to it? I don't see anybody objecting. That's fine. So, Mr. Webb, you can stay there.
Chair,
Any other? Sorry.
I believe it's moved and seconded. There will need to be a vote to approve the waive.
Well, it's not necessary, but you can continue to insist there be a motion. So we have the motion on the floor. Any discussion? Call the vote on it. No, I think the resolution is that be available to respond to any questions. Because otherwise, only questions can be put to staff during the discussion. All right, so we have the resolution on the floor. Any discussion? Councilor McCreary, then Councilor Van Tilburg.
Chair, thank you. And thank you for your indulgence in permitting the vote. We do get into trouble if we don't follow the rules precisely here. We are constantly scrutinized. Sir, just bear with me a second. You indicated in your in your materials were provided that you intend to introduce air scrubbers into air conditioning units that'll be in each unit.
Well, Councilor McCreary, what we agreed to do was have Mr. Webb here when we're discussing the matter so that he can answer questions. I didn't read the resolution say we're extending the 5 minutes. So we're now, given that we're at the end of the 5 minutes, the statutory public hearing is now ended. And so we're about to move into discussion. I read your resolution to read that when we're into the discussion, members of the committee can ask questions of Mr. Webb as part of their 2 4-minute speaking opportunities.
Fair enough, thank you.
So to get this on the floor, so I'll officially declare that the public hearing portion of this particular item is now at an end. So to move to the discussion phase, I need a mover and a seconder to get the item on the floor for discussion and asking questions of Mr. Webb. So Lisa, if you could please pull up the resolution so we can all see what it says.
So through the chair, before we do that, we did not actually vote on the motion to
Sorry, you're right.
extend the time for the applicant to answer questions. So we'll go to that vote first with your indulgence.
I think we already did that.
We had the motion on the floor on the screens, but not everyone submitted their vote. So we will
all right.
We'll go through the formal vote process. My apologies. And then we will go to the.
Okay, well, let's go through and make sure we're doing it properly.
If it's on the floor, is there not discussion on the motion on the floor?
Through the chair, that would be correct. That was my understanding as.
That's fine. So let's have the discussion before we call the vote. So Councilor Van Tilburg.
This is regarding the motion on the floor to extend the timeline for.
With some confusion, we have the resolution up on Lisa that's that we're discussing right now. Yeah, I guess it is affording the time to answer questions from the committee. So I think I did misinterpret that. So go ahead, Councillor Van Tilburg, discussions.
I'm supporting the motion and, here we are, first hearing since the change of the rules practically. And this is the problems that we're running into, not enough time to discuss. So it looks like this is going to be a frequent occurrence in our new procedure. I believe that we should, as a council, be allowed, regardless of the ability to ask questions until we've exhausted when we're in a hearing. The fact that we change gears from being in the hearing and then out of the hearing, I find that's confusing to me and probably confusing to those that are a member of the public. Also, I like the fact that while we're doing this and he comes up, isn't staff's presentation part of the hearing? Because we haven't seen that yet. And so for me, just seeing how this comes through, I'm a bit puzzled on how this operation works. I'm just saying that's how I feel based on our past sequence of events.
Yeah, we did hear from Sean House, but fair enough, you made the comment about.
Well, I thought the staff comes back and follows up. Oh, that's not the case? Okay,
yeah.
then my apologies there.
Yeah, I got that at least straight. The applicant is always given the opportunity to respond.
Very good.
Okay. But staff can be asked questions during the discussion portion. Okay. All right. So Councillor McCurry, I think you raised your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. So we continue to learn from our experience, and that's how this has evolved. At one time, not to belabor the point, but for those who are not familiar with us, we often did this at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday night in front of other business, which hurried everything along. So now we take our time and do this in a proper fashion, which more effectively utilizes the time of our staff, and the 6 members of this committee adjudicate the hearing and then enter into the discussion. So we will be tweaking this as we go. And today was our first lesson in terms of how we can hear a presentation. And I do believe, Mayor, that the time that we allot for the presentations is proper and appropriate. We've seen largely today the ability of folks to keep within the 10 minutes, and we'll continue to enforce that. But we've learned that in a case like this, which is not a straightforward application as far as the committee and the community is concerned, there's an opportunity for us to waive the rules to allow for greater input from the proponent with respect to questions this committee has to arrive at a proper decision. So I would suggest that everybody simply keep track, as I do in my notebook, of things that we need to make improvements on. And I'll hark back to when we did this as a pilot project. A number of us made the opportunity to tell staff what we thought were appropriate changes with respect to having 1 chair instead of 2, having time limits so that we all conduct ourselves effectively in a reasonable period of time. We learned from that, and we'll continue to learn. So I think let's all pitch in and try to suggest improvements and maybe not throw stones as much. Mayor, that's my comment. Thank you.
All right. So any other discussion? Seeing none. Lisa, would you please take the vote?
The motion carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sless, McCreary, Van Tilburg, Scully.
So, Mr. Webb, that means you're back on the seat, so to speak. So does anybody have any questions for Mr. Webb for the resolutions on the floor for discussion?
Mayor, thank you.
So, yes, anybody, if you have any questions, raise your hand. Yes, Councillor Scully, questions for Mr. Webb.
Okay. I just want to be sure on something you mentioned. You said you would be agreeable to adding some additional holding provisions. One of them being air studies. Is that what you had mentioned?
Through your worship, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the holding provision today as it reads includes one of the elements is a peer review of our noise study.
Yeah.
We've gone beyond that. We've also got an air study completed by a firm, SLR. I would recommend a modification to the H wherein it's a peer review of both the noise study and the air studies.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you. I will re-ask the question that I partially asked earlier. Could you tell us exactly what you mean by having air intakes for air conditioning units in these homes?
Through your worship. Yes. So as part of the air study completed by SLR, who site inspections, modeling, one of their recommendations on modification, and this applied only to the units at the extreme west boundary of the property, in addition to a standard warning clause, just to advise people that yes, there is operating industries adjacent to the property. Yes, we're doing air conditioners. for those specific units, they had actually recommended a further provision wherein all air, I'll read what's in the study. It says all air intakes for building mechanical systems, makeup air units, HVAC, central air conditioning units, and heat recovery units shall include space for the future installation of carbon and or dust filters. So that's part of the mitigation measures that have been recommended again to just provide for that added level of protection. And I believe they'd even recommended that the air intakes all be oriented to the interior of the site rather than closer to the potential source of those odors. So if that addresses your question.
And that obviously would take into account vehicle exhaust. So the height of those things would be studied and made appropriately, right?
Yes, it is one of the recommendations of that air study. And again, our consultants put forward the recommendation that's been reviewed and accepted by your staff. I think just given the gravity of the situation and the interface, if we do then take that to a peer review, have that further reviewed and commented on, I think that would provide that level of security that I think everyone is trying to achieve in this matter.
You referenced the term maisonette. Could you explain exactly what that is?
Yeah, sorry.
We haven't heard that one for a number of years.
I blame zoning bylaws because every municipality seems to treat them differently. A masonette is effectively two townhouse blocks laminated together. So there's no backyard. We also call them back-to-backs, masonettes. There, various bylaws have different descriptions to them. It's an innovative way to achieve density. The units have a front yard, they have a garage, but effectively their back wall is the back wall of a opposite unit. So
right. So no rear yard.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, could you tell us how we've encouraged you to utilize renewable energy resources?
I would have to defer to some of the members of our project team. Obviously, anytime that we're advancing developments now, every municipality is embarking on sustainable development guidelines. Sure. So there's matters of whether it be transportation demand management measures, bicycle parking, alternative strategies for the movement of people, through to recycling of rainwater, impermeable pavers to encourage groundwater infiltration.
I would interrupt you to say you've obviously been encouraged.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And impermeable surfaces, that would mean pavers that are unit pavers?
Yes. Again, all of that's going to be vetted through the final outcome, the record of site condition, in terms of what's left when the site is properly remediated, to validate, in fact, we can, facilitate continued infiltration of groundwater. But yes, I would characterize that as it's part of that much larger study and analysis of how the site will function. And yes, sustainability guidelines are at the forefront now of how engineers approach projects, whether it's through LIDs measures or other innovative design techniques.
Thank you for that.
And Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reviewing development of this property, did you look at single family homes as an option?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that we had. We considered what was established in the neighborhood in terms of the evolving form. There are some single family homes, and I'll call them legacy homes. The more recent development has been moving and striving towards that middle category of ground related medium density housing forms. So when the client completed their review, we engaged the urban designers. We felt that the site, given its location, was appropriate for the form of housing that we are proposing.
Okay. And then does your design allow turning radiuses for emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, that type of thing?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, the site has been fully designed in consultation with all the various city departments to ensure that it meets the requirements for both garbage collection and snow clearing. But the snow clearing will be undertaken through a private firm.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Chair. You want to change in the setbacks. What's the purpose of changing what the established setbacks are? What is the setback currently, and what do you want to change to?
The setbacks that we're proposing to reduce are on the street frontages. So that's on Morel Street and Webster Street. It's a bit of a unique circumstance in that we're treating the site as a whole, but those are our adjoining lot lines that do abut the public realm And typically they would be treated with setback requirements. I believe your front yard setback, I don't have it every bylaw memorized, but I'm going to suggest it's probably 7.5 meters. And a flankage yard would be slightly less. In this circumstance, we're proposing that minor reduction again because appreciate the form of development. Usually a front yard setback, the quantum of that is to anticipate a car parking in front of a driveway so that it doesn't overhang onto the municipal realm, onto the sidewalk. So here, because of that reverse frontage design, there is no garages, there is no cars. And the urban design principles you will be well familiar with in all of the municipalities' new documents. The design principle is to bring units closer to the street line such that that activity space, the front door, the front porch where people will be is closer to the public realm, which is the sidewalk, to allow for that public interaction. It's a well-regarded principle of urban design for new communities that in the circumstances where it's workable, you actually look to bring that building mass closer to the street edge. So I believe you heard the comment from your professional planning staff. They assessed that minor reduction. They agree that it's
And
appropriate.
what was the number again?
Our reduction is for the front yard setback. We're bringing it to 4.6 meters for both the Webster and the Morel Street yards. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what the requirement is. I believe it's 6 meters, but I would have to defer to your staff on the actual requirement. I don't have.
So without this, people would have a little more frontage, front yard
Correct.
without the change.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing is, what environmental studies have you done? Is there one on the soil?
Through your worship, yes, we have completed phase 1, phase 2 environmental site assessments. The building has just come down, which has enabled the continuation of those assessments. We are working with your economic development staff to actually submit for funding under your programs.
Biff tip?
Yes,
So it's brownfield.
it is certainly a brownfield.
Have you identified source of contamination?
There's extensive studies that have been completed. Because the building is now down, we're actually able to go back in, study the space beneath the building, update all of those studies, and we should be submitting all of them as a package to your staff as early as next week, I believe, a complete submission that will document the totality of what the existing site conditions are, what our plans are for remediation, what the scope is, what the costs are, such that at the end, we can file a record of site condition with the ministry to validate that the site's appropriate for residential uses.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Webb. So that concludes the public hearing portion. I guess we can learn some lessons from that in terms of the time limits. So why don't we then move into the discussion phase? And Lisa, if you could just bring up for us the resolution. So I need a mover and a seconder, and if I could have the mover read the resolution. You have it in your agendas, but is there a mover and seconder to get this on the floor? So moved by Councillor Sicoli, seconder. Second by Councillor Sless. Councillor Sicoli, you just read it and then we'll move into the discussion.
I didn't know I was signing up to read this great big thing, but that's fine. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Sless, that zoning bylaw amendment application PZ 18-22 submitted by Web Planning Consultants on behalf of Rosart Bucci Group, affecting the lands municipally owned as 58 Morel Street to change the zoning to holding residential medium density type A exception zone to permit 141 dwelling units within 23 separate townhouse blocks be approved in accordance with the applicable provisions outlined in section 9.3 of report 2023-169. And B, that the bylaw to remove the holding provision from the subject lands not be presented to council for approval until the following conditions have been satisfied. I, that the applicant has entered into a site plan agreement with the corporation of the city of Brantford and provided all necessary securities, and that the applicant at their expense prepare and submit a peer review of the noise study prepared by HGC engineering dated December 7th, 2022 to satisfy or to the satisfaction of the manager of development engineering and has achieved a class 4 noise designation if applicable, and that a record of site condition has been filed on the environmental registry, and that draft plan of condominium application 29 CD-22504 submitted by Web Planning Consultants on behalf of Rosart Bucci Group affecting the lands municipally owned as 58 Morel Street be approved, subject to the conditions included in Appendix D, conditions of draft plan approval of report 2023-169, and that 58 Morel Street be reclassified as a Class 4 noise area pursuant to publication NPC-300, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Environmental Noise Guideline, conditional upon the submission of peer review of the noise study prepared by HGC Engineering dated February 7th, 2022 to the satisfaction of the Manager of Development Engineering, and that the City Council direct the Chief Planner or their designate to forward a copy of the City Council decision document to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and that pursuant to Section 34 and 51 of the Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13, the following statements shall be included in the notice of decision. Regard has been had for all written and oral submissions received from the public before the decision was made in relation to this planning matter as discussed in Section 9.5 of Report 2023-169.
Thank you. So, Councillor Sluss, we'll move to discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a deferral, seeking a seconder for 3 months to allow the proponent and SC Johnson to have discussions to see if there is not a way to create an outcome that's acceptable to both sides.
So just before I accept that, we do usually follow a custom of if anybody wants to speak before we take the motion, can do so. Before I accept the resolution being on the floor to defer, does anybody want to speak to it before we take that? So I saw Councillor Sicoli's hand go up, then Councillor Van Tilburg.
Well, I can still ask questions of staff during this period, correct?
Correct.
So I do have a question of staff. I understand that there was some discussion about adding air filters and air conditioners to all the units. Is that something that we would typically enforce via a holding provision? Or could it be?
Through you, Chair, the provision of filters is sorry to repeat myself, the condition of the air filters is actually attached as a condition to the condominium approval.
Perfect.
And those are also insured through site plan control.
Okay. And then the applicant had made mention that they would have a peer review, that they would add the air study in there. Should we do that at this point before proceeding?
Through you, Chair, I have no objection to that.
Okay. So then before we defer this, I'd like to amend the motion to add the peer review. It would be, I'll get more specific. Section B2, that the applicant at their expense prepare and submit peer review of the noise study, and I would like to add the words and the air study.
Do you want to do that at this stage? Given if
Well, I
there's a
figured I would do
deferral
it now and then we would defer it. Or does it make sense to do it after? What do you think?
Well, if you're asking to be part of the H category holding, so that probably, I mean, you can do it now, but it would probably make more sense when it comes back to us at the end of the deferral.
Well, I've gone this far, so I'm just going to
Okay, we'll see if there's a second.
let's just see.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to forget to do it down the road. How about
Okay,
that?
fair enough.
I
So
think it's
Councillor McCurry has seconded it. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, Lisa, please take the vote on it.
The amendment carries on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Sless, McCreary, Van Tilburg.
That's it for your 4 minutes? Yeah, okay. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, question for staff, and perhaps I just can't find it in here. Where's the environmental study?
Through you, Chair, the section 8.1 of the staff report does list the phase 2 environmental assessment as a supporting document.
But where's the document?
We have a copy of it and we can forward it
So
to you.
that's what I'm saying. We've not seen the document. So I think that's important. And the reason I think that that's important is that there was a mention of the next phase and information coming in a week of time, which was not probably a reason why I'm going to support the deferral so that we can have that information in our hands as well when it comes back. My other question is, the setbacks that we have, why are they at a certain rate in the official plan?
Through you, Chair, that would actually be through the zoning bylaw that
Okay.
would dictate the setbacks. As the applicant mentioned, a front yard setback set at 6 meters. And that would likely to be able to facilitate that extra parking space in front of a garage.
There are homes in the city that don't have parking. They have a setback.
Another reason for it is to, maintain a generally uniform streetscape through our urban design manual.
But it is a standardized number, the setback.
Yeah, the minimum front yard setback in this zone is 6 meters.
Minimum front yard setback is 6 meters.
Correct.
Thank you.
So any other questions or discussion before I allow, Councillor Sless, you go ahead. Do you want to put your resolution on the floor?
Yes, could I get it put up on the screen? I believe we've got it written. It's moved by myself, seeking a seconder that item 5.3 be deferred for 3 meeting cycles in order to provide time for the applicant to consult with neighboring industrial properties.
Should be property owners.
Property owners. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor McCreary. So any discussions, time and place? Not seeing any. Lisa, would you please take the vote?
The deferral carries unanimously. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Sless, McCreary, Van Tilburg.
All right, so we'll take a break though before we do, but the next item is going to be the application on Hardy Road. Is the applicant present? Yeah, okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, then we'll come back and we'll proceed with the public hearing in respect to what is item 5.4 in our agenda, but we'll make it 5.2. And that's the property at 277, 299, 301 Hardy Road. So All right, so we're going to reconvene then, and we're going to deal with official plan amendment OPO 418, zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1518, 29CD 18503. Lots of numbers here, 277, 299, and 301 Hardy Road. So we'll now move into the public hearing portion. And that means the applicant now has, I see you're here present. If you please come forward, sir. And if you'd please state your name, introduce the person that's with you. And then you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions to present your application. We can turn it on up here. So hands off, we'll turn it on for you. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Worship and Council, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Pigeon. I'm a planning consultant with GSP Group, and I'm joined this morning. This is Phil Mashlin. He's Vice President of Sifton Properties.
You spell that, please. Phil's your last name.
Sure. MASSCHELEIN.
Oh, yeah. And Pigeon is
PIDGEON.
Good.
So I have a brief presentation for you this morning. We also have, I believe he was able to join virtually. His name is Matthew Bodine. He's our project archaeologist. And if there are questions about archaeology relative to the site or the Davis settlement, he'll be able to answer those questions. So I have a brief presentation, as I said, just a quick overview on the background, because there's a lengthy background to this property, proposed development, and then move a couple of highlights on some of the technical studies that have been completed to date. So this property was the subject of Ontario Municipal Board hearings 2014 and then a subsequent 2017. Just a very quick highlight. The 2014 hearing, there were 6 matters before the board. The OMB decision deemed that at the time, the draft plan of subdivision was premature and was not approved for some very select reasons. There was conditional approval of the Sifton official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, a refusal of the city's official plan amendment to implement the waterfront master plan and the zoning bylaw, and a refusal of the interim control bylaw. So what the board ruled in 2014 was that we were to go away and work out a consensus with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the City of Brantford and the Grand River Conservation Authority and bring back the final official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments. And that's what we did in 2017. So those 2 land use planning documents were wholly endorsed by consensus to protect the open space areas and to allow for residential land uses, and then to rezone the property to permit residential land uses, withholding provisions that requires further approvals from the Ministry of Natural Resources and further approvals from the city, including a resolution of sanitary servicing, the execution of a subdivision agreement, a maximum density of the multiple medium density block fronting Hardy Road. And the board also allowed us to come back, if required, to do further official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. So fast forward to 2013. So this proposed development fully implements the Ontario Municipal Board decisions of 2014 and 2017. It is a refinement of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. And I note, Your Worship, that we've added 2 properties. So Sifton purchased 299 and 301's Hardy Road, and that provides a secondary access out to Hardy Road. And that's really the nature of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment that's before you. There are no changes to the open space designations, either in the OP or the zoning bylaw. And we'll be back to this committee and ultimately to council for a future vacant land condominium application in the coming weeks. So this graphic illustrates the overall property area is 45 hectares, so 110 acres. And there's only 14 hectares of that that are proposed to be developed in accordance with the OMB decision. So approximately 70 6 acres are being preserved or conserved in open space. So the only developable portion of the site is what you see highlighted in gray. And then this slide simply illustrates the various open space or lands to be conserved. So that includes in yellow, the Trans-Canada Trail. The green areas are open space, which includes provincially significant wetland and ANSI areas and buffers. The teal areas, the floodplain associated with the Grand River. And then the orange area are additional agricultural fields that exist today that are buffers that will be incorporated into the open space designation and zone. So very quick, this is the proposed VLC, the vacant land condominium, 131 single detached lots. In yellow, the orange color are the 2 street townhouse blocks for 37 units. This is a private condominium, so private road network. There's a park, sanitary pump station, additional open space blocks. And then outside of the VLC, highlighted in the red text, is the proposed apartment block or medium density residential block for a maximum of 151 units. So the form of housing will be single detached homes and street fronting townhouses, predominantly through the condominium, and then the separate medium density block fronting Hardy Road will be stacked townhouses, for example, or back-to-back townhouses or low-rise apartments up to 4 stories. Oh. Well, there we go. A number of technical reports prepared and then addendum reports submitted on behalf of Sifton to the various agencies and departments. I'd like to very quickly highlight 3 of those reports. So the environmental impact study was prepared by AECOM. It provides an inventory of all natural environmental features and conditions. That inventory commenced in 2007 and has continued to 2022, and it will continue into 23 and through the ultimate development of the project. And it assessed the impacts of the proposed development on that ecology. So this graphic, very similar to the other graphics that you've seen, it simply is the communities, the natural heritage communities associated with the site. You can see that it predominantly aligns with aerial photography that I showed that indicated the developable and non-developable areas. And this environmental impact study has ultimately been reviewed and approved by the Conservation Authority and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And in fact, we have now received conditions of draft approval for the vacant land condominium that will come back to you. We also completed a traffic impact study by Paradigm, and it provided an analysis of existing traffic conditions, background growth in traffic over a 5 and a 10-year period, and projected traffic out to 2028 with the full development of this site. And that does include the TCA development to the west. So this report was prepared to assess the necessity for any road improvements on Hardy Road. It looked at 5 intersections, so 5 existing intersections, and included the 3 proposed access points. So 2 private condominium roads, and then the medium density block to Hardy Road. The analysis of the report indicated that all access points would achieve a level of service that is acceptable, and provided that there should be some sensitivity analysis if the Oak Park extension across the river proceeds, that there may be some necessity for signalization of the intersection with Hardy Road. The archaeological assessments have been extensive. They commenced in 1999 and continued to 2011. And that included the Davisville archaeological investigation that's titled Preserving Davisville. It resulted in the completion of a 1, 2, and 3 stage archaeological assessment and a subsequent stage 4 report. And a stage 4 report is a rescue of archaeological finds. So there were two results as a result of those archaeological assessments. One was a hand excavation and rescue and a transfer of the finds to the University of Western for long-term curation and research. And the second was the preservation of an in situ of one find site that is on the Sifton property. There's a graphic that's missed somehow. So the Davisville settlement, the investigation that was done archaeologically, all of the settlement find sites are within the floodplain. So between the Sifton developable area and the Grand River, and as well to the east. There are no Davisville settlement find sites on this site. The Ministry of Tourism and Culture has accepted the findings of the archaeological assessment, and they included an agreement for the retention of the in situ site, which is denoted on this graphic as that little yellow triangle. City staff have also reviewed, and staff have indicated support of the in situ protection of the archaeological resources. A copy of the avoidance and protection strategy in accordance with provincial standards and guidelines must be provided to the city prior to site alteration. So prior to any construction in the vicinity of that in situ archaeological resource. And once the development is completed, again, in accordance with provincial requirements, it's required that we confirm the conservation of that in situ find. We have reviewed the staff report and recommendations. We're in full agreement with the comments. We respectfully request the committee recommend to City Council the approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment that's here before you today. We will be back to you in the coming weeks with the vacant land condominium application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions of.
Well, unfortunately, though, you've just gone slightly beyond 10 minutes, so there is no opportunity to ask questions unless a resolution goes on the floor. Councillor McCrory.
Mayor, thank you. I'd like to move that we waive the rules to allow the proponent to remain there and let us ask questions during the hearing.
Okay, so there was some confusion last time. Are you suggesting we extend this 10 minutes right now for a period of time, fixed period of time for questions? Or are you just simply saying when we deal with this on the discussion portion that we can ask questions of the proponent? If you could just clarify what your resolution is.
Yes.
Well, which of the two?
Let's do it now.
Okay, and so how would you like to extend it? 5 or 10 minutes?
Until the conclusion of questions asked by committee members is complete.
Well, why don't you put a resolution on the floor? I would really appreciate it to have time in it so we don't go on like for 15 minutes. So put your resolution on the floor and let's get the reading of the committee.
So my resolution is that we waive the rules, and the clerk will have to implement the wording into that because I can't recall what the heck it says, to allow the proponent to answer questions during the hearing to a maximum time limit of 13 minutes.
Okay, it's still confusing. Are you saying we extend this period now by a further 13 minutes, or are you just simply saying during the discussion debate, we can ask questions of them? Which one is it?
Mayor, I'll try not to give a smart response to this.
That'd be appreciated.
I'm moving that the proponent remain at the podium to answer questions right now.
For a further period of 13 minutes. Okay, is there a seconder on that? Seconded by Councillor Sless. Any discussion on that? Not seeing any. Do you have that, Lisa, so we can put it to a vote?
Through the chair, just a moment here, I'll confirm the wording from the mover before we
I think that captures it. Yep. Councillor McCurry is indicating yes, it does. And Councillor Sless, you're good. All right, if you can put that to the vote, Lisa.
The motion carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokoli, Sless, McCreary, Vento Board.
Okay, so the floor is open for another up to 13 minutes for anybody to ask questions. So I'll go Councillor McCreary, then Councillor Van Tilburg.
Mayor, thank you and welcome, gentlemen. With respect to the Davisville site, is there a methodology for preservation of this site that's been agreed to?
Through you, your worship, yes, it's been agreed to by the province of Ontario. So the ministry responsible for archaeological resource review, that has been agreed to. There is no Davisville portion of this site that's on the development portion of the property.
Right. So is it being left in its current condition?
Yes, your worship, that's
It's
correct.
not being, it's not, there's no cover put over it.
No alteration whatsoever.
Okay, okay. Is it possible for you to provide us with copies of the 2 archaeology reports that were cited?
Your worship, they have fully been provided through to staff.
So, staff can provide us with that. And so there's going to be an open space component of this development, and presumably that will continue to be those unoccupied lands will be continued to be owned by the condominium corporation.
So your worship, that's one of the remaining items to be dealt with to bring the VLC, the vacant land condominium, back to committee and council, that discussion point.
Is there consideration to giving those lands to the city of Brantford?
Not at this time, your worship.
What if we offered you $1? Is that something you'd be worth, sorry, is that something you would consider pursuing, that negotiation?
The discussions have been ongoing. I would agree that, it hasn't come to a conclusion as of yet. And that includes consideration of the city acquisition.
Yeah, you've seen the waterfront master plan and you recognize our long-term goal, right?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for that.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Chair. I heard it was mentioned there was a Matthew Bodine online. So I guess my question would be towards him. There were archaeological finds, were there not, on the property to be developed?
Yes, Matthew here. There were archaeological sites on the property to develop. There were 3 sites that were there were 3 sites that were fully excavated back in 2004, and the 1 site, the 19th century, as well as mixed indigenous site that was protected or planned to be protected at that time.
Were you involved in those digs?
No, I wasn't personally involved in those original digs. That was before my time, but I've looked at some of the collections for my own research, and I've been involved with it since 2011.
And did you share any of these collections with Six Nations Band Council, New Credit, or have you involved any of their archaeological observers?
Back when the original work was done, it was sort of prior to really the convention of you having communities directly involved as they do today. But even at that time, among the work we did in 2009, we did have representatives from Six Nations involved with the field work. I believe there have been conversations, but I was not privy to conversations with the other communities at that time or since then.
So nothing done under the way they kind of officially engage with us in this day and age?
I'd have to leave that to the Craig and Phil to respond.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, your worship. So we've had dozens of meetings with Six Nations. In fact, Phil and I met in just before Christmas in the boardroom at Six Nations of the Grand River. So we have a very respectful, very good relationship with them, and we'll continue to have those dialogues.
And we know the Confederacy has participated in previous hearings, which is probably a first in my recollection in history of City of Brantford. Have you had any further discussions with Confederacy members?
And so your worship, there were not conversations with them. Yes, they did participate in the early OMB hearings. They certainly were a part of that. We've been dealing with the two Indigenous communities.
They are the Indigenous community.
They are one of the communities, yes.
Almost one and the same. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that for now.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you look on the map, your frontage on Hardy Road kind of has a missing tooth. Have you spoken to that landowner?
Yeah, your worship, not for some time.
It would seem to make sense that be part of the development. I'm not a planner, but I look at that and I think, well, there's a huge gap there. It's on both sides, but the middle's it's like a donut. Is that something you're looking at?
So your worship, there were discussions with that landowner in the past, and from a planning perspective, and I appreciate the question, we believe that there's an opportunity there for the redevelopment of that site, whether it's a part of or a separate and standalone medium density block, just as we have to the northeast quadrant of the Sifton property.
Okay, well, I guess what I would ask, or what I would suggest, as a good corporate citizen, we're really putting somebody on an island at the way you presented your plan. It would make it whole, at least from my perspective, and I'd like your thoughts on that. If that could be something that could be done in the short term as opposed to the long term.
Your worship, we can't make a property owner commiserate and sell their property, of course, but we believe we've provided for it. So there's if you look at when you see the vacant land condominium, when we come back, you will see that there is road frontage, for example, on that property. And again, we've got the medium density block to the east. We think this is a large enough site that would be appropriate for redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, that was just for the purposes of our meeting rules. That actually took about 6 minutes. So thank you very much. Oh, you did have another question. Well, go ahead, because we do have some additional time.
Didn't want to feel like I was hogging it all. The lower tier, are you going to be bringing in like lots of gravel, dirt and whatever and raising the height of that lower tier bottom part of your development where they're along the Trail and River?
Yes. So your worship, as a part of our submission package, we did prepare a preliminary grading design package. So the answer is yes, there's fill material that is required to come in. And that was fully assessed and evaluated as a part of geotech, hydrogeological, and ecological impacts.
Exactly. And just how high will that be?
I don't know the answer to that, but we'll get that answer when we bring the VLC back for committee and council's consideration. We'll make sure we have that available.
And now I need to know what a VLC is.
Vacant land condominium. Yeah. Vacant,
Okay.
The condominium plan. Sorry.
Thank you.
So that was almost 7 minutes. Great. Thanks very much. Obviously, you'll have an opportunity at the end of the hearing to respond to any questions or concerns that come up. So we'll now move to the staff portion of this hearing. Got Casey, I think. Yeah, Casey, you're on this. Ten minutes, Casey, unless otherwise extended.
Good morning, Chair and members of committee. My name is Casey Pongrass and I'm a senior planner at the city. Mr. Pigeon gave a comprehensive overview of the previous activity on this site, so I'm going to jump ahead in my slides. It's important to note that the Ontario Municipal Board approved the principle of development on these lands through their OMB decision. And the blue area on the, oops, sorry, I went too far. The blue area on the map shows the original OMB hearing lands, the 277 Hardy Road lands. The board approved on those lands 125 single detached dwellings and 93 street townhouse units in the upper left or upper right quadrant. So the changes that are before us today have to do with some of the requested amendments to that site, as well as to the lands that are in the purple. That is 299 and 301 Hardy Road that were added to the application. So with respect to the changes that are requested through this official plan amendment and the zoning amendment, there are two areas on the plan that are requested for townhouse units. One of the areas was previously a single detached area on the previous OMB approval. They're also requesting a zone change to the upper right area, which was approved for townhouse units. They're requesting an apartment block in that area to a maximum of 151 units. There are no changes, as mentioned, to the open space lands, and there are requested modifications to the single detached area, which is an R1C zone. All of these lands have a holding on them currently. So with respect to the official plan amendment, the lands are currently noted as a designated greenfield area in the growth management schedule of the official plan, and they're planned to achieve a density of 55 residents and jobs per hectare. The subject lands are designated as residential designation, which is the yellow area, and core natural area designation, which is the green area. A small portion of the western area of 301 is also subject to the mineral aggregate resource area. So the requested official plan amendment applies to 301 Hardy Road and a small section at the rear of 299 Hardy Road. These lands are currently in our new official plan designated as core natural area. In the previous official plan, they were designated as residential low area, and that's what they were designated when these applications initially were submitted. It's proposed that these parcels be designated to a residential designation. Our official plan states that in order to consider a designation out of the core natural area, that an environmental impact study demonstrating that there will be no negative impacts be submitted. The applicants have submitted an environmental impact study prepared by AECOM, which has indicated that these lands are already developed with existing residential uses, and the development of these lands for residential uses will not have a negative impact on the environmental function of the area. Based on the above information, staff supports the official plan amendment as shown on the screen. With respect to the zoning considerations, so the R1C, the HR1C lands, which were part of the original OMB decision, the requests for amendment are to the minimum lot area, the lot coverage, front yard reductions, rear yard reduction, and side yard reduction. So the lot area reduction is from 360 square meters down to 325 square meters. The lot coverage increases from 40 to 45%. They've requested a front yard reduction from 6 meters down to 4.5 meters to the main building and 6 meters to the garage. The rear yard reduction is from 7.5 meters down to 6 meters. And they've requested side yards of 1.2 meters on each side. Planning staff can support the slightly smaller lot, the slight increase in the lot coverage, and the reduced rear yard as these are standard provisions that have been approved throughout the city and reflect current zoning practices. Staff does not support the front yard, the reduced front yard setback. The proposed development is a condominium format, which results in an 8-meter private road right-of-way with a sidewalk on one side and no boulevards. The zoning bylaw currently also permits stairs and porches to encroach into that front yard setback, which would reduce it even further below the 4.5 meters. So this leaves little room for snow storage, tree planting, service installation. And given the sensitive environmental constraints on the site, combined with the reduced lot area and increased lot coverage, staff doesn't support the front yard reduction. With respect to the requests on the medium density block or the townhouse blocks, the applicant has requested relief in 3 areas. Front yard reductions from 6 down to 4.5 to the main building and 6 to the garage. Rear yard reductions from 7 down to 7.5 down to 6, and interior side yard of 1.2 meters. For the same reasons that we mentioned in the single detached units, we don't support the reduced front yard reductions. We do support the reduced rear yard. And with respect to the 1.2 meter interior side yard, that's between the end units of medium density blocks. The fire department and our zoning bylaw require a minimum separation of 3 meters between the end units of townhouse blocks. Therefore, the lowest that staff could support would be 1.5 meters between those blocks. With respect to the medium density block, which is the current HR4A-55 in the upper right, the applicant has requested to rezone that block to an HR4B-30, which would permit apartment units. The official plan does permit apartment units in this location to a maximum height of 6 stories. Currently, there's a disconnect between our new official plan and the existing zoning bylaw in terms of building height with medium density uses. Planning staff are able to support the change in use. However, we would limit the number of units to 151 and limit the height of the building to 4 stories. The rationale for supporting this change relates to the designation of these lands as a greenfield area. So this is a very complicated slide, but essentially what it boils down to is the density of an area is calculated on the residents and jobs per hectare. Different types of uses are considered to have different number of people living in them. So based on the existing approvals that the OMB approved, the number of people and jobs per hectare works out to 72.96 residents and jobs per hectare. That's based on single detached and medium density townhouses. The proposed change results in 72.1 residents and jobs per hectare. Now that takes into consideration apartment units, which are considered to have less people living in them, as well as the increased land area that they have purchased at 299 and 301. So essentially what I'm saying is the number of people in the area is not going to change based on these applications. The development considerations, the environmental impact assessment, the traffic, the air quality, noise assessment, cultural heritage, the holding provision, the draft plan of vacant land condominium. Planning staff have recommended that a holding provision be placed on all of these lands that's not to be removed until all of the factors shown on the screen have been addressed for the draft plan of vacant land condominium. Draft plan conditions will be created, which will obligate the developer to produce studies and reports prior to moving forward and that need to be satisfied before the holding can be lifted. There are items on this screen that still need to be worked out with the developer, and those will result in conditions of draft plan approval that will be brought back to this committee at a later date. With respect to the public input, a notice of public meeting was issued to all property owners within a 120-meter radius, and by posting of public notice signs on the 3 properties. In consultation with the ward councillors, a neighborhood meeting was held in March of 2019. This application has been around for a couple of years based on the complexity of the features on the site. There were a number of people that attended that ward meeting, and questions at the time related largely to traffic, environmental concerns with respect to road salt, chemicals, you know, the residents, what they would be using on the property and what the condominium would be using on the roads. And there were concerns with the effect on the existing wells. A traffic impact study, an environmental study, all of those studies are available through the city for review by not only council, but by the public.
Casey, can you wrap it up about 15?
Yeah, absolutely. So staff will review these items as conditions of draft plan of vacant land condominium. So in conclusion, the application is consistent with the official plan, the provincial policy statement, and the growth plan. The applications will facilitate intensification, and planning staff recommend that the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment be approved, and that the vacant land condominium be brought back at a later date.
Thank you, Casey. So that's gone slightly beyond 10 minutes, but of course we can ask questions of staff during the discussion portion. So with that, thank you very much, Casey. So the floor is now open to members of the public. First of all, at least do we have anybody that's has registered virtually? No. Okay. So if there's any member of the public that's present in the chamber that would like to speak to this, now is the time to come forward, either in support of or in opposition to this application.
Move my mouse, it will be easier to.
All right. So we'll turn the mic on for you.
Okay.
There, the red light's on. So if you just tell us your name and address, please, and then you have 10 minutes.
My name is Gary Warrick, Warrick, and I'm at 32 Redwood Road in Brantford, Ontario.
All right, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, the concern I have, I participated, I'm an archaeologist. I did the work that Matt Baudouin referred to that was done earlier than the 2009 archaeology on what's called the Davisville 8 site, which is part of Davisville. It was a cabin occupied by the Mohawk in the early 1840s, late 1830s, early 1840s. After there was some flooding in 1833, it had to move up to that upper terrace away from the floodplain. So I did the original archaeology as a professor at Wilfrid Laurier University from 2000 to 2004 fieldwork. And I've done a lot of research since that time. And I participated in the OMB hearing. I was a little disappointed at the result because what I promoted was an Indigenous cultural landscape, that it's not just these pinpoint sites, but the whole region was used all the way back to 12,000 years ago, if you read the archaeological reports, as well as it's used in the present by the Indigenous nations who still reside on the Grand River. You know, I've been told they go there to collect medicinal plants and things like that. If you talk to the community, and I know some of you probably have, or maybe you haven't. Also, I just wanted to emphasize too that if this development goes ahead, which probably it will, you know, if it passes all the environmental laws and adheres to the Planning Act, it'll probably happen. But what I'm hearing over and over again, and what archaeologists are talking about worldwide with Indigenous communities, Indigenous peoples, is when there's development that happens that effectively removes their ancestors' heritage from the land. Because that's really what we're doing. When we do archaeology, we remove it. It's been there 12,000 years, sitting fine. And then we come along and dig it up and it's gone. And it exists in a report, and it exists in the materials, artifacts, ecofacts, other things that we collect. And that's in boxes, sometimes in museums. So effectively though, for Indigenous peoples, and they talk about this worldwide, it erases their presence from the land. And so what I would recommend, if this development goes ahead, and I'm directing my comments to the people behind me who are handling this thing, is that there be some kind of plaquing, I don't know exactly what to inform the residents who will be living there in those units that they are living on lands that have been used and still would like to be used by Indigenous peoples for the last 12,000 years. And I think that's really important. That's, Brantford should be doing a lot more of that, actually, right? Because as I've said in print and numerous presentations, this is one of the most significant archaeological areas in North America. It truly is. It truly is. And I don't think Brantford's doing enough of that when it comes to land development. And there's a new factory there, a new shopping plaza, a new residential subdivision, and no mention at all to the people who are working there or living there, that there was Indigenous presence and a long history there before that. And I think it would be to all of our benefit. So what I would recommend is that the Mississaugas of the credit, because they were at Davisville in the early 19th century, not just the Mohawk, part of the Six Nations of the Grand River, and also the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council. Those are the two parallel governments, Six Nations of the Grand River, the Band Council, and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council. Those are the parallel governments of the Haudenosaunee, right? So it's also the Mississaugas of the credit that should be involved. If there's any kind of plaques that come out of this, right, that are inserted somewhere visibly in the community, or that there's some kind of literature distributed to the resident, I don't know. That's not for me to say. I'm the archaeologist. That's for the Indigenous nations to tell you what they might like in terms of that, if they want that. But I'm pretty certain if they're consulted, they would say, yeah, if this development's going ahead. I'm not going to speak for them. I don't pretend to speak for them, but I have talked to a lot of people over the last 20 some odd years that I've been here in Brantford with Indigenous nations. And so I just wanted to say that that's important. It's an important thing that the archaeology doesn't just end with the archaeologists digging stuff up and then away they go. And then the land is, clear to go. No mention at all of what happened before that. And that's so important that all of us know that, particularly residents who are going to be living in that development if it happens. So I'll stop there. So thanks for listening to me for going on and on.
Thank you very much, Garrett. We do have at least one person that would like to question you. So stay with us, if you wouldn't mind staying there for a few minutes. So Councillor Van Tilburg.
Hello, Gary. My hair is gray. I'm a little balder, but do you remember me?
I do, Brian. Yes, I do.
Where was I when we met?
I think it was out at Davisville, wasn't it?
That's because that's where I lived.
Yeah, that's right.
See you almost every day. I called you Indiana Jones. And it was fascinating what you brought forward at that time. And you weren't working for any developer or anything at the time, were you?
No,
and you were bringing students in and doing, and that was fascinating. Now, who was it that identified Davisville? Was it both you and Ilsa? How'd that come about? Because that's quite a discovery.
When I took up my position at Wilfrid Laurier University in 1999, I was looking for an archaeological project, and I was informed by Elsa Kramer being one. She was a local avocational archaeologist who passed away a few years back. But I was told by her, and also I was informed that a Ministry of Natural Resources biologist who was looking at the cold water streams in the property had discovered artifacts, and they were in his possession. And I said, well, that kind of contravenes the Ontario Heritage Act to remove artifacts without an archaeological license. Can I see them? And I actually, got them from him, and now they're part of the Davisville artifact collection, right? But he actually told me exactly where he found those artifacts. So that was a no-brainer finding that cabin site. It was a Mohawk cabin site, occupied 1800 to 1830. But then we did a shovel test pit survey along the river in the floodplain. Again, we knew it wouldn't be developed, right? And we did minimal excavation when we did find sites, just to get enough artifact sample, because those sites can remain there for another 10,000 years if need be. And so we really shouldn't be disturbing them any more than possible, just to find out their age and their size, you know, where their limits are. So it was the local community was important, Brian, and drawing my attention to that particular area, because I didn't know. I was a guy from Toronto.
Yeah.
I didn't know Brantford's history.
Well, thank you. The other part is when you're discovering these things, and you found one of the cabins and stuff, and it was ironic. I think my nieces and nephews played on those mounds and stuff, not knowing what they were playing on. When you discover a village, it's not necessarily the village begins and ends at the footstep of the cabin. I mean, that actually would expand. Their lifestyle would have been all across the entire property. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, for certain. I mean, they kept pigs, for example. That's not commonly known,
Wow.
right? And the pigs were allowed to roam free out in the bush, behind the cabins, up in the fields that are going to be developed, that were once forests. They weren't cultivated fields back then, because they were farming the land in the Brant Conservation Area Park across the river. We know that from historical evidence, right? But still, there would have been trails connecting, not just the river, but footpaths connecting the cabins, footpaths going to different resource collection areas, right? So yeah, if you could go back in time and do an aerial photo of the land use around the cabins, they're not just these points, these archaeological sites that we are interested in as archaeologists, but the use of the land extends well beyond that. And that's why they're referred to as an Indigenous heritage landscape. It's a landscape.
And my last question to you, while you were coming there day after day, year after year for significant time, did you see a lot of wildlife?
Oh yeah.
Just like a lot.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, every day. Yeah, I'd go down to the river and there'd be a fawn, you know, sleeping in the grass or hiding in the grass, and you'd startle. Yeah, every day there were deer that would walk up. You know, you're down troweling and you'd look up and there's Bambi looking at you in the face. So yes, the wildlife was everywhere there.
Thank you, Gary.
Councillor McCurry.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too, Dan.
So if I interpret what you were saying correctly, you're looking for something of an acknowledgement of the presence on the land of Indigenous folks, and also something interpreting their activities that would be driven by the governments to the south of us and with their input.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a commemoration, similar to how the historic house in downtown Brantford is commemorated, right, and recognized.
No, you're not speaking about Colbert Street now. Couldn't resist. Sorry. Yeah, we take the point. Thanks again, Gary, for coming today.
Okay.
Don't be a stranger. Come see us more often.
Okay.
All right, well, that takes us to 10 minutes, Gary. That actually worked out quite well with the timing. And thank you very much. That was very interesting and very informative.
My pleasure.
Okay. So if there is any other member of the public present in the council chamber who'd like to speak to this matter, either in favor of or in opposition, please come forward. Greetings. We'll turn the mic on for you there.
My name is Mary Lou Nectel. I live at 17 Oxbow Lane in the county of Brant. I'm the president of the Brant Land Trust. So my relationship to this site goes back many, many, many years. I can see there's still members of council that were sitting as councillors back in the day when the Waterfront Master Plan was approved, when they did the presentations, like Councillor Sless, Councillor McCurry, and Councillor Martin, who's not here today. So there is a lot of history. One thing that's not been mentioned here is the fact that the Waterfront Master Plan actually was really important to protecting Brantford's water supply. It's through the geotechnical data and the reports that were filed through the Waterfront Master Plan by the different planners. They talked about the waters that go through from the site north of the Sifton site, which is owned by Grandview, as well as coming down. But those help to recharge and go into the Grand River at that point to protect the city of Brantford's water supply, which is further down. So that hasn't been brought up at this hearing very much. So the two for Mounds and C, it came about as a direct result of a peer review done when the city of Brantford received documents by planning to build at the Sifton property. And we have to step back. It was back in 2005 that areas were created through the Ontario Greenbelt, and developers were moving away from those areas and protecting the Greenbelt. And so City Hall had the phone was ringing off the hook with people wanting to do planning applications. Daryl Cowell's testimony at the OMB hearing shows concerns that sites such as those existing here contribute to unstable bedrock, and such areas are designated as hazardous. Even without the direct flooding in the lower terrace, there is a very high possibility of flooding due to rising groundwater levels associated with the regular overbank flooding on the Grand River onto its active floodplain. So there's big questions as to whether or not this is going to be addressed. I know Daryl Cowell, I spoke to him about a month ago and I asked him how he felt about this. He had extensively reported at the OMB hearing and gave his witness statement. There still are concerns about, as Councillor Van Tilburg brought in, about soil being brought in. Well, one of the questions that was asked by Barry Card, which I think was the lawyer for Sifton, was, well, how do you suggest we address the high water table in this area? And he said, well, if you use the engineered fill or whatnot, that may protect the basements, but how are you supposed to get the water out of there? And if you look back on the maps, you can see that this is like it's sitting in a bowl of water, this whole site. A lot of the open areas, sure, they're going to be open space, but they're wetlands. They're lands that function when you get high water tables or a lot of rain or melting snow water. They still exist. And that's why designating them as open space, well, you're not going to be able to build because it's all a bed of water. So I now want to focus about the Indigenous history. I didn't know, I knew about the Davisville Mohawk Mission site through my friends, the Haudenosaunee, and through Elsa Kramer, but I did not know about the three pre-contact village sites existing here. Blue Box, Double Take, and Snow Snake, they go back to, they're pre-contact, they go back 10,000 to 12,000 years. People lived here at this site. Reverend Peter Jones, he preached at the Davisville mission site. He converted people from the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Mohawks to try to have a better way of life, teaching them how to farm and teaching them how to build cabins. So Gary pointed out about one of the cabins. Before Sifton had purchased the site, there was a developer before who went in and bulldozed all the squared out forms made with tufa rock of what those cabins were laid on. Over 80,000 artifacts uncovered, and they reside now in boxes at universities or at the archaeological firms. Do we even know what artifacts like this look like? I've lived in Brantford for a lot of years. Really, there's no place in Ontario to try to go and see what artifacts from this date and time period are all about. Sure, they're sitting in boxes, but I know Six Nations want to try to build a museum. However, bringing these artifacts back to a site where they were dug up is really important. These Indigenous nations, they were the caregivers of the lands over the years, and the spirit of these nations who live on these lands for over the 10,000 years is still part of the land. So now I want to talk about the OMB ruling. Sifton had to meet certain conditions. After the hearing, like we knew, anytime you have something that's got to go in front of a hearing, there's going to be a win and a lose. We knew that. So as two members of my Brantland Trust, we went off and spoke to planning. And we asked planning whether or not there was an opportunity for a land swap. Leave the integrity of the Davisville community and the lands that exist there for the community, as an educational tool, archaeology, whatever, and then go and do a land swap so that we can try to work through some arrangement. And then, of course, we met up with Sifton directly and talked about a land swap. So that didn't get anywhere, and here we are now. I do believe that Sifton does recognize the history of the property. Maureen Zunti, who was a project manager back in the day, she attended many of the Waterfront Master Plan meetings. She was quite open and talking to us. She brought Gary Epp, who was involved in the ACON. Is he with the ACON? Yeah. So as part of the ANSI designation as an earth science ANSI, it's never been studied further. We know there's a woodlot there which has got all these holes and crevices from the upwelling and the pushing up of through water spouts and otherwise of some of this rock which forms the tufa. You can do a rescue, and I think some of the means of doing the rescue was to take the tufa rock in the field and throw it back into the woodlot. Well, that's not what I call a rescue, especially when there's going to be a housing development and you know where the kids are going to go. They're going to go in the ANSI stream and play in the stream, and they're going to go and do their rides in the woodlot. So I'm here to ask, and it's very interesting that we had SC Johnson show up and their perspective about one of the building permits that is out there. So this site represents an opportunity for Sifton to leave a living legacy, allowing recognition for the history of the Davis Falls site and those that were caregivers for the property. I'm asking that Sifton meet up with the City of Brantford staff, the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Six Nations of the Grand River, and possibly Gary Warwick as the archaeologist, and meet up with our Brantland Trust and talk about creating and preserving the communities that lived at this site since pre-contact days. I'm asking that we sit at a table and we have further discussion, and with the intent of giving Davisville a living tribute as a place to connect with the land and the farming and the spirit of the land. So that's my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou. There may be some questions. We'll see. Any questions, Mary Lou? All right. Thank you. Councillor Venture.
Lou, a lot of people here still may not know of the significance of the ANSI location, the materials, and what it's made of and how it's created. Like when you might just say the pushing up, but if you have the information to provide the details on what created that rock and why it became an area of natural scientific investigation.
Well, it's Daryl Cowell that showed up with the Ministry of Natural Resources guy, with Ilsa and myself, and he walked through and he became very, very excited about what he found there, this rock. And you know, you get tufa planters nowadays, but this rock is not particularly a pretty rock. And the woodlot that exists there is a monospecies because that's all that will grow in that type of environment. So tufa is a form of limestone, calcium carbonate. It's a mineral precipitate deposited by mineral springs with hot or cold water, light in color, and is compact and extremely porous. The Brantford tufa mounds are fossil forms, having been deposited in the early post-glacial period and not presently active. So they come from way back, but we have proof in 1994 of a water spout that existed there. So as you get a lot of building, and I know next door at TCA, you have an extreme amount of building. I know the directional drilling for the pipeline under the river didn't occur. They hit the aquifer and then they had to try to shut it off. And there's a lot of really unique features in this area, which Daryl Cowell understood. And that's why he said, you shouldn't build, especially on that lower terrace. So there's an ANSI report, which council has, and they can probably forward to you.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Mary Lou. Again, very informative and very interesting. And thank you for attending today and presenting us with your position, your opinion. So Do we have any other members of the public that are present here today in the chamber that would like to come forward and speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition? Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition to the application? Is there anyone else in the chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either in support of or in opposition to this application? Then now is your last chance to come forward. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Councillor Sless. Councillor Sless has received, I believe, this morning, a couple of emails from residents that could not attend today. Did you want to read them or just file them, or?
Well, they asked they be read into the record.
Yeah, how long are they though?
They're under 30 pages. No, they're not that long. They're just emails.
Okay.
And they are under 30 pages. I wish to, this is from Marlene Graham at 114 Gulf Road, which is in the immediate area. And it just says, I wish to express my concerns and comments and add my comments to documents received on this file. Most importantly to me is that my water well remained free of health affecting materials, bacteria, viruses, parasites, suspended particles, chemicals, lead, metals, to mention a few. The free flowing well remained unaffected during and after the construction phases. Secondly, safety in general. The area is very popular and desirable for the public to walk in. Increases in housing increases the number of cars, which in turn make the road with its narrow shoulders and tree and bush encroaching on the road leaves little room to dodge the hazards. The flow of traffic has increased at present, and we as local residents are dealing with long lineups at the train crossing. Are there plans to modify this bottleneck? Thirdly, the need for environmental protection of the area for identified species, tree canopies, replacement of harvested trees with non-invasive species, open lands planted with native grasses and plants. Greenhouse gases increase with the increase in home building. Will this be addressed any further? Snow event management with environmentally friendly products and related snow removal is another factor for protection of the lands and for road and residential safety. I understand there is a private sanitary pumping station, force main, and stormwater management system. Will this adequately provide protection from leaching into the lands to the Grand River and local aquifers? That was those folks. And I have a second one, Mr. Mayor, from Joe and Ingrid Masters, who also live on Gulf Road. And it reads, we are unable to attend this meeting today. Please submit our concerns. We have lived on Gulf Road in the Hardy Road area for 42 years and have lived through changes of the Ava Heights subdivision, the Northwest Industrial area, and the new subdivision currently being developed at Hardy and Oak Park Roads. Have you seen how this area is being affected? With the addition of Sifton's 131 single and 37 town homes, and also the Grandview subdivision yet to happen in the future on Gulf Road, will we be seeing still more impacts? Our concerns lie in proper and realistic planning around traffic on Hardy Road. If you think that there could be 2 cars per residence, that is a significant increase. Hardy Road now has shift work 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. and 3 to 11 from the industrial area. The impact from the not yet finished housing development at Hardy and Oak Park Road is not yet fully realized.
Excuse me, Mayor Davis.
Yeah.
I have to leave and go to the washroom, and I really have to go, and we will not have quorum.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. And Councillor Sless, we have received, I assume we all received the same emails, right? So.
Okay. So they are in the record, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, in fact, I received an email, as we all did. I think, Lisa, you sent it to us, did you not? That has those emails in it.
Okay.
So
I think the important thing was that it's in the record.
yeah. And anyway, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back. We don't have quorum. All right, so we have quorum. I wanted to tell the present that we're actually going to take because the discussion on this may take some time. So before we move into the actual discussion phase, having completed the public hearing, we're going to take a lunch break and we'll be back at 12:30. 12:30. Yep. So it's 12:30. Let's reconvene. Councillors Sluss and McCurry, please.
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah. So we'll go back to 5.3, which is the Hardy Road one. But before we do that, I just want to make note that Lisa Madden has been with us since September 2021. And your last will be March 22nd. And you've taken a position in the clerk's department in the town of Pushstitch. I'm so tired of having trouble pronouncing. Anyways, congratulations, Lisa, and we wish you the best. And thanks for your service here. So with that, I need a mover and a seconder to put item 5.3, the Hardy Road matter, on the floor. So moved by Councillor McCreary, seconded by, to get it on the floor, Councillor Sicoli. And Lisa, if you can just pull that up for us, please. Okay, so floor is open for discussion. No. Councillor McCreary, then Councillor Sluss.
And Mayor, I thank you for relief from having to read at length like Councillor Sicoli was forced to do when she moved the other item. I would like to ask of staff if given the comments that we heard from Lou and from Gary with respect to entering into a dialogue with the developer and our friends to the south of us to prepare something of an on-site acknowledgement and interpretation that's respectful of the Indigenous heritage of that area. How would staff recommend that we incorporate that as a requirement for the developer, who I'm sure is happy enough to do it? But I would like to make sure that we incorporate that somehow to see that come about.
Through you, Mayor Davis. Staff would suggest that the recommendation be amended to include a recommendation that staff facilitate a discussion between the parties, between the developer and the Indigenous groups, to discuss commemoration options. We don't want to force it if they don't want any commemorative commemoration on site. So the recommendation should read that we facilitate the discussions between the parties.
Could you provide that wording for the clerk so that we can have that before us? And Mayor, is it okay to introduce that as an amendment right now?
Well, let's wait till we get the wording. So do you have any other comments? And
I have indeed. I think given the nature of the site, the size of the site, the requirements for the buffering areas, I think the developer's done a pretty darn good job of being respectful to the environment, respectful to the waterfront master plan. And I think if we incorporate the comments of a professional archaeologist and somebody who loves the environment, I think we come away with a win-win situation. And I'm quite happy to endorse the proposal that's before us.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Is this on the amendment?
This is on the resolution. We're waiting for the wording of the amendment to come.
I'll wait for the wording and then I'll speak after we do the amendment. I hope I don't lose a speaking opportunity for that.
No, you won't. But I'd like to ask a question. Staff as one of my 4-minute speaking opportunities. So when this was before the OMB, my understanding is it was basically approved for the single family residential, not the townhouses and the apartment.
So the main portion of the property was approved for single detached residential. The upper right parcel, that's the upper field, that was approved for townhouses to a maximum of 93 units.
Okay, and that approval from the OMB, did that contemplate single-story townhouses similar to what we see in the condo corps that are further up Hardy Road, or 2 or 3 story?
There was no stipulation put on the building height, so it would have been directed by the zoning bylaw in place. So it's an R4A. So it would be bound by the restrictions in the zoning bylaw, which is a 3-story.
Now, am I correct to assume that in approving this, we're approving an apartment building?
So the applicant has requested apartment units to a maximum of 4 stories.
All right. Yeah, so I'll say I've got concerns about that. I mean, I find that if you look at Hardy Road, it's generally along the length of Hardy Road. When you get to the far west, it's industrial. But if you start at a Paris Road, you've got there's 2 condo corps that are kind of single-story townhouses. I'm not sure what the correct word is for that. You've got some large single-family homes. And then further down, once you pass the golf course, are other large single-family homes. And I don't know, from my perspective, an apartment on that road and in that area, that seems to me to be out of character with the surrounding development that's there. So I have real problems with that. I think the rest of it has been well planned. I can see that, townhouses are kind of like, there are some kind of townhouses on Hardy Road, so it's not totally out of character. But the apartment building in that area, given what else is the surrounding land uses, that to me seems out of scale and character for the neighborhood. So that's causing me some consternation. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this. Guess we'll have to see the amendment. So Councillor Schloss.
I wish I had spoke first because I have real concerns about that the apartment proposal as well. It just like a Band-Aid on a sore thumb. It's going to stand out and I think stand out large. So I have concerns about that. And I too am not sure. I wouldn't mind amending this, but we'll talk a little further. I've got some other things I'd like to, if I could, through staff. There's been concerns raised to me about the protection of folks' private wells. And the reports say that they're okay. What if they're not okay?
Through the chair, I'd like to refer that to the engineering department. We did have a discussion about this yesterday after you and I had talked about this, and there are some engineering solutions to this.
Okay.
Through the chair, Gary Peaver, Manager of Development Engineering. Through the chair to you, Councillor Sless. Moving forward, when the vacant land condominium application comes forward, staff would be looking to apply a condition that a well survey be completed pre-construction and post-construction. This is pretty typical in our subdivisions that are adjacent to usually rural areas where wells are located. And as part of that review, it would be following kind of the provincial guidelines and standards, and any remediating actions that are needed would be included in that report or study. So at a further time, there would be that requirement to have that well survey completed pre and post construction.
So back to my original question. If something does go sideways, who's financially responsible to put things back the way they were pre-construction?
Through the chair, through this pre and post condition survey, we would put that back onto the developer, and as their consultants would be the ones reviewing, those studies before and after.
Okay. So it's if somebody's well is adversely affected, it's not their financial concern.
Through the chair, that would be correct, as through the review of that study.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if anybody's here that can answer this. What classification is Hardy Road as a city street? What's the classification of that street?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, it is a minor arterial.
A minor arterial. But it's certainly, as a layperson looking at it, it's a country road to me. There's no boulevard, there's no sidewalk, there's a ditch on either side of the street, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It is a, for most part of Hardy Road, it does seem to be more of a rural cross section.
Right. I guess that brings me back to the apartment building. If I was driving down a country road, which I equate Hardy Road as, and I saw an apartment building, I'd be astonished. I'd wonder how in the name of God was there an earthquake, or how did that get here? And that's exactly what I think folks that live in the city that would drive down Hardy Road. And I know we always downplay, or we see traffic conditions always, in my opinion, downplayed. That's a very, very, very busy country road from my perspective. At shift change time in the Northwest, when there's a train going through, and some of those trains last up to 15 minutes, the queue lines are huge on Hardy Road, getting in and out. That's at today's standards. There's development going on further down the road. There's this proposal here, and there's a couple other proposals that will be coming forward, all adding traffic onto this country road. And I have real concerns how that's handled. I think what makes this, one of the things that makes this area unique is the fact that, I can't turn that thing off. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do it. It's off. It's this thing. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I hope that didn't cut into my speaking time.
It does, so keep going.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, one of the things that we never talk about, but that goes on constantly on Hardy Road is golf carts are crossing that road all day long, all summer, in great numbers. It's one of the premier golf courses in the province, I dare say in the country, and it's well used. And part of that golf course is split by Hardy Road. So you have golf course holes on both sides of Hardy Road, and it's a dangerous situation, but it makes that area unique, and that's why it is what it is. And I think in our discussions yesterday, you had indicated, Casey, that the province looks at intensification by the number of people, not the number of units, but the number of units will dictate the number of vehicles, and the number of vehicles is what's before us today is about 100 units of living spaces, more than what the OMB approved. So you're looking at another 100 units, and the vehicles that go along with those 100 units. Is all of that taken into consideration? Like, I've never seen a traffic study that says, oh, no, you shouldn't do this. Everyone says there'll be no impact. I read that every week. I only can deal with what I can see. And what I see is a lot of traffic on that road. And everything that we're doing here is just perpetuating that problem and making it more severe. So I have concerns with the traffic. I have real concerns with an apartment building on Hardy Road. That just doesn't make any sense to myself. I'm being cut off.
15 seconds.
So I'll come back in on round two in a sec.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
I'm going to let my phone go off so I can get extra time too. No, I've decided to speak based on what Councillor Sluss brings up regarding traffic. And I know that we've done studies for multiple developments along there, and yet I don't know if we're ever accumulating them all. But I certainly know from the period of time that I was on Hardy Road, which ended at 2008, the backup on that road heading towards Ava, the train tracks, and you had pictures of it in every presentation, went all the way down the hill and past the golf course, all the way down to Golf Road consistently. And people are backed up there. That's how it is now. And so there's no way that you're going to address the backup even by expanding the width of the roads, which is the other thing that keeps getting tossed out. You can't go through the bottleneck. And when you look at what our plans are for along Ava Road, where we're trying to slow things down, narrow it down, keep people off that area, there is nowhere to go and remains nowhere to go. So when I see the capacity of this development and the number of extra cars added in with all the industrial vehicles down through industrial traffic, this is not necessarily the wisest move for our traffic system. It is not your standard NIMBY complaint of, oh, it's going to bottle up the road. It's going to bring without any justification. The justification is pre-existing there. So I certainly hope that we can address that. And since I've got the time now, I may as well go to some other things. I mean, That area is paradise. We all know that as an area that the reason why people go up and down those bicycle trails, up the road, down the road, gather at Tim Hortons every single day, and conglomerates, people go park in the parking lot across from 277 Hardy Road, is to enjoy the environment down there. That will be gone. It will be. They will be looking at apartment buildings. They will be looking at houses. They will not be looking at the tree lines along that thing. That is gone. The other thing that we do, and I think people don't realize with what has gone on, because the other areas were gravel pits, and this area here was actually farmland that was farmed right up until fairly presently, is that the amount of animal activity, and I mean, not to regurgitate everything, we went through this at the OMB, but the amount of animal activity still remains. They didn't change because the OMB ruled. They're still there. When I lived there, on any given day, you could wake up to see anything from 2 deer to 50 deer. You would see coyotes in the fields like there's no tomorrow. And they will be looking for somewhere to go. Make no mistake about it. And that may be onto the road itself, which, you know what, we're very lucky that we don't have a lot of accidents on that road now. We will be pushing animals out onto the road. The other thing that concerns me that was brought up, and it was mentioned with Gary Up and the water tables. And I wouldn't learn this without having a geologist. I found something out 10 years after the fact that when it happened practically. And that was when we were drilling across the river. It wasn't us, but it was the company to put the, they put the bridge in across from Brant Park, and they wanted to go under, and they hit that aquifer. My well went dry that night. I never understood it, but you just said, geez, isn't that a coincidence? When that happens, the well went dry, but we never knew. Well, it wasn't until we're dealing with the geologists and they were putting this all together. Yes. It's really strange in an area which is incredibly, water is everywhere on top. There's swampy areas, there's all sorts of things. There's water spouts that shoot up from the ground, and yet your well can go dry.
Can you wrap in about 10, 15 seconds?
I certainly can. And so that it is very possible for someone's well to be affected. We couldn't prove that obviously with the previous thing, but with a developer there doing this work, it's certainly we should have a record now of all the wells in the area and their functionality.
So Councillor McCreary for second time. Sorry, I didn't see your hand was raised. Do you want to speak? Go ahead.
I would like to speak. Thank you. I'm going to play devil's advocate. And I'm going to have staff maybe confirm, but I'm just looking on a Google map here from above, and it looks like there's maybe 2-3 houses in the general vicinity of where this apartment building will be. 2 across the street, maybe 3, and 1 right beside. Is that about accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate.
Okay. So to play devil's advocate, I know it seems a little bit out of place right now, but I think anytime that we can reduce our footprint and go up instead of out and create a variety of housing at different points of affordability for a neighborhood with minimal impact to existing residents, it's something that we should be giving serious thought to. So I'm going to go against the grain here, and I'm going to be supporting the apartment building where it is, because I think we're able to go up instead of out. We're going to have a variety of houses in this area that people can select from. So I hope everyone will give that some thought, perhaps, as I play devil's advocate here.
Casey, if I wanted to amend this to take out the apartment building and turn into a townhouse type designation, what would the amendment be?
So the change to the recommendation would be you would remove B2. Sorry, hang on. I've got Roman numerals in here. B1. Right. Because if you remove that recommendation, the zoning on that portion remains the R4A-55, which is the townhouses. It's permitted to have townhouses right now.
All right. So I'm going to move, seeking a seconder. You'll get your turn after that. On the basis that I think including apartments is intensification that is not appropriate and offends the character of the neighborhood, and therefore amend by deleting B sub I. Seeking a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Sluss. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Van Tilburg, and then Councillor Scully.
I have a question for staff. You mentioned earlier that these changes made no impact on the number of people, which in the locations that are being modified, the 2 new residences that have been added to the plan, the 299, 301, or whatever they are. How do you come to that conclusion when you've probably got 3 to 4 people in some housing and we're putting in many, many more into that same spot?
Through you, Mayor Davis. So the numbers wouldn't change on the property as a whole. That includes the R1C. So each of those types of uses is considered to have a certain number of people. So single detached is considered to have 3.44 people per unit. Townhouses, 2.4 people. And apartment units are considered to have 1.6 people per unit. So when you change the apartment unit, the block that has the proposed apartment units from townhouses to apartments, that number goes down.
Okay.
So overall, the change doesn't
totally
happen.
misread that.
Yeah.
I thank you for the clarification. And the reason being is that the way I had read that was understanding that there's the impact on the environment of the zone. I'm actually looking at an environmental impact. In other words, 2 to 6 people in a couple of houses doesn't affect the environment around it as significantly as 50 and 60 people would in the same area. And so I was just looking at how the displacement of the wildlife would be, because the people aren't around that much to displace. Whereas if you have that many people, there's always a constant activity. So that's how I looked at it. Now I understand when you say that, and I will remember that in the future on what that means. So much appreciated.
Councillor Scully to the amendment.
To the amendment, question of staff. Just up the road, we have the Oak Park Road sector. Is that, or are we thinking that that employment area is going to continue to grow and bring in employers? And
Through you, Mayor Davis, there has been a recently approved industrial plan of subdivision as well as a residential plan of subdivision. So there certainly will be more industrial activity in the area. There will be more industrial buildings.
And in your opinion, is it good city planning to offer a variety of living quarters in a close proximity to our industrial and employment zones?
Certainly you have to be cognizant of the types of uses that are going in there, and you have to abide by the D6 guidelines to ensure that the compatibility between the uses is adhered to. So, you know, through the draft plan of vacant land condominium, there will be requirements for noise studies. The applicants have already conducted an air assessment, which has indicated that there won't be any conflict between the 2 uses. Through the noise study, there are certainly some mitigation measures that are required in terms of noise walls and setbacks and that type of thing. But yes, they are going to be in proximity to one another, but there are ways to mitigate it.
Perfect. So because I think employers appreciate their employees having housing nearby at a variety of different levels of affordability, I will probably be the lone wolf here, but I will be voting against this amendment.
All right, so I'm gonna, Lisa, would you please put that to a vote, the amendment?
Through the chair, I'll just confirm the wording of the amendment before we proceed to the vote. Just a moment while I get it on the screen.
Yeah, and I added to that because if we're changing, we do have to show grounds. And my other ground was that the level of intensification was excessive or is excessive. So that would be added to the proposed development fence of character. Okay, I'm happy with that.
It's now open to vote. The amendment carries on a recorded vote of 4-1. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sluss, McCreary, Van Tilburg. Those opposed, Councillor Scully.
Okay. So Councillor Kerr, I think you wanted to do an amendment too.
Actually, I did want to do that before you introduced your amendment, but that's perfectly okay. Could the clerk put the wording up, please? And I believe the seconder is Councillor Sluss.
Yeah.
So it reads as follows. We're amending, adding a clause F, directing staff to facilitate discussions between the parties and Six Nations of the Grand River and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation to discuss commemoration options as a condition of condominium approval. And the parties that we're referencing are the folks that spoke to us today, Lou and Gary, and other parties that they may bring with them, as well as the folks who are the governance bodies of the community south of us, Six Nations and New Credit. And I didn't see any sort of expression of opposition from the proponents, and I'm sure that's going to be okay with them as well. And I think it really recognizes the only sort of negative comment we've had from the public about the proposition before us.
Sorry, at this point,
We haven't had a chance to respond.
I think you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry, we missed that when we got to the lunchtime. So actually you got a bit of an advantage because you've actually seen some of the considerations. So I think it is appropriate. You have your 5 minutes, and you probably might actually help you in responding, because now you got a pretty good idea what the thinking is. So come on up.
Mayor, we have, as a point of order, we have an amendment on the floor. We've dealt with a prior amendment and voted on it. So could we move to the vote on this and then hear from the proponent?
Yeah, that's fair criticism. Let's deal with the vote on yours, then we'll hear from the proponent, because actually the resolution is still on the floor, albeit amended. So let's vote on your amendment. Councillor Sluss.
The amendment carries on a recorded vote of 5-0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Scully, Sluss, McCreary, Van Tilburg.
All right. Yes, gentlemen.
Thank you, Worship. Just very few comments. So we heard Professor Warwick and the residents' comments. Want to make council aware and rest assured that the ANSI, all the significant environmental features are being preserved. Happy to work on commemoration. As I said, we've had a good standing and respectful relationship with the Indigenous community, so continue to do that. Very concerned about the last commentary. Quite frankly, didn't see it coming. As it sits today, we are permitted to build 93 townhouses on that block. Townhouses are typically, they could be owner occupied. It could be, as you heard from staff, a 3-story. They have put a cap on the apartment building. Apartments provide the opportunity to promote rental housing in the community, in the city of Brantford. And housing is a crisis situation that we're experiencing across Ontario. Cap of 4 stories and 151 units. We're looking at a net density increase of 57 units, but a population that's almost identical from townhouses. So we're concerned. What you've done is outside of the provincial policy statement. I will point that out to you. Intensification, we are just meeting the target. with that increase in density for the apartment building. And we'll leave it at that.
Any questions for the proponent? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have the resolution as amended twice. Everyone gets 2-4 if they're 2 minutes, 4 minutes twice around if they want. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you. Just for you to probably to Casey. Casey, with the amendment on the apartment building, does the zoning automatically reverse back to what was approved by the OMB?
Through you, Mayor Davis. Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comment? Councillor Van Tilburg.
I'm very hesitant to move anywhere off the path of what the OMB had resolved for us. That was a long process and litigation. We've got to where we are, and I think that's what we should stick to. I think anything beyond that starts to create a whole new level of problem. And by that, I asked staff. The last meeting we had was 2019, and we had still a significant amount of people attend that meeting on this development. Over the 20 years, we've had hundreds of people, meeting after meeting after meeting. And having lived on that road at the time, there's probably only a dozen of us living on the road. This has a significance to the community at large. And so what I want to know is, for council, we have email contacts and people who have engaged in this site over 20 years. And I would like to have them all notified and reached out that this is coming before us for council with changes that are different from what was brought forth at the OMB. Because in their minds, they're going to believe that the outcome of the OMB was the be all and end all, which it isn't yet.
Through you, Mayor Davis. So with respect to the public notification, we did notify within 120 meters of the property, which is required by the Planning Act. And we did have signs posted on the property. Beyond that, we did not notify anyone that had attended the previous OMB.
Can we have them notified so that they will know this is coming to council? They've been following this for years, showing up at meetings. They've been on email lists to know when those meetings were coming. And I think it's only appropriate that they know what the final outcome is.
We can undertake to do that. I don't know that. I'll have to look through the historical information to find those lists. I'm not certain who was notified in the past, but we could undertake to do that.
But we do have record, right, of everybody that signed in.
We should,
to our
yes.
meetings.
We should, yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion? So I'll just say last comment. I appreciate what the provincial policy statement says, but at the same time, just the obvious need to increase intensity, which the provincial policy is a reflection of. I don't think directs municipalities to do, it certainly encourages and directs municipalities to do what I would call the gentle or milder form of intensification, especially when you have competing uses in terms of character and form. And certainly to my mind, and I'm generally quite open to that and quite supportive, but it isn't so much the units, it's as the scale and the look of an apartment building is totally out of character with this neighborhood in this area. And I think goes way beyond gentle intensification, where I think townhouses properly fall into that category for this area. And so, I would take issue with the submission that was made by the applicant. I appreciate the reasoning, but I guess I say that I don't agree with it for that reason. So I'll call the vote then on the resolution as amended.
I need to take my vote back. I hit the wrong button.
What did you intend to hit?
I heard amendment and then hit the wrong thing.
Through the chair, it should be open for your vote again.
Thank you.
Confirming all their votes are correctly cast at this time. Item 5.4 carries on a recorded vote of 3-1. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokoli, Councillor Sless. Those voting opposed, Councillor Van Tilburg.
All right, we'll just now move on to the next item, which is item 5.1. And that is, trying to get the title of it. That's an application for zoning bylaw amendment PZ02 23 and 339 Wellington Street. So do we have the applicant? Is it coming in virtually? Good afternoon, Bob. I assume you're acting for the applicant here, representing them?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. This is almost a technical amendment. These lands were rezoned a few times in the past to recognize the existing residential apartment buildings that are located on the property. And I believe inadvertently, the potential for an accessory structure was deleted from the list of permitted uses. The current owner is desirous of building a small garage to house some of his surplus materials, snow blowing or snow plowing equipment, those types of things. And he'd like to do it inside a structure. And this application is intended to allow that structure to be built. That sums up my submission, and if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Just so I'm clear, this is one structure to service both the buildings?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. I didn't know if it was one for each or just one in particular.
Just one in particular.
Thank you very much.
I think that's it for questions, Bob. Yep, no more questions. But hang in, we may need you for the response. So we'll send you to the waiting room, and we will bring you back at the end. So now is time for the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Davis and members of committee. Joe Muto, Manager of Development Planning. I don't generally come up here for these specific applications, but Holly, I'd like to introduce Holly to you this afternoon. She is a fairly new planner with Development Services, started back in July of last year, and I can tell you she's also not only a planner, but the Deputy Secretary Treasurer, has a long history of education within environmental side of things, and came to us from the region of Peel back in July, and has proved to be a great asset to our team. And without further ado, Holly Stemberger.
Well, welcome, Holly, and we look forward to receiving your first report of this committee.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. So as mentioned, my name is Holly Stemberger. I'm a development planner here with the city, and today I'll be presenting zoning bylaw PZ02 2023, which is at 333 and 339 Wellington Street. This application is requesting an amendment to zoning bylaw 160-90 to update the current zoning at the subject property to add accessory structures as a permitted use. The subject lands are located on the corner of Stanley Street and Wellington Street with access off of Wellington Street. Currently, there's 2 existing apartment buildings with a total of residential units between them, and it covers an area of 0.68 hectares. The development proposal, as mentioned by the applicant's agent, will consist of a storage shed or garage, approximately 41 meters squared and 4.2 meters tall. It will meet all other provisions of accessory structures defined in section 6.3 of the zoning bylaw. The storage structure is intended to be used for the storage of items such as seasonal maintenance equipment. The photos included on screen show the present site conditions. The photo at the bottom indicates in yellow where the approximate location of the storage shed will be, and the gray shows where there'll be some additional pavement to allow for access. The lands are designated residential in the official plan, which permits low, mid, and high-rise buildings and supporting neighborhood uses, which extends to accessory structures. This application was evaluated with respect to the PPS, growth plan, and official plan, and staff have determined that the proposed development conforms. For zoning, the existing lands are currently zoned residential medium density type B, exception 12. This applicant is looking to further modify this to add the additional accessory structure use. Beyond this use being added, no other zoning amendments are required to facilitate this. I will note a public notice was sent to residents in the immediate area and no public comments have been received to date. One other thing I just wanted to mention was I mentioned this in the report. Applications similar to this in the future will go through a slightly different process as per council approval of OPA 02-2022, which was brought forward in December. This OPA provided new policies for processing and streamlining minor amendments similar to this one. So in the future, it's expected that where no public comments are received and where no concerns are identified by ward councillors, these types of minor zoning bylaw amendments will bypass planning committee and instead be brought to the chief planner for delegated approval. Staff are currently working on the procedural guidelines to implement these changes, and these will be presented to council in the near future. The subject application to permit an additional use, such as this, would be similar to the types of applications that would be processed under this new streamlined approach due to its minor nature. So in conclusion, the proposed development is considered to be consistent and compatible with the surrounding development in the immediate area and will allow for increased functionality of the existing medium density site. Planning staff support this application to update the zoning of the property to add accessory uses, buildings, and structures, and recommend it be approved. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Holly. Any questions for Holly? That's a good sign. Your first presentation, there are no questions. I think it's a good sign. It was an excellent report. All right. So thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
So Bob, now the opportunity for you to come back and the public. Jeez, I'm doing a terrible job today. So now open the floor to members of the public, and we have none virtually. If there's any member of the public who's present today in the council chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either for or against, now is your time. Floor is open to members of the public who want to speak to this matter, either in for or against. And for third and last time, if there's any member of the public who's present in the chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either for or against, now is the time to come forward. No one has come forward, so we have no input from the public, or at least no response. Bob, you're back for the responding clarification if you need it.
I don't think I need to do anything, but thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you, Bob. So that brings to an end the public meeting in this matter. So Lisa, if you would please put on the screen, please, it's a fairly short resolution. If I can get a mover then and a seconder to get this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Sluss, seconded by Councillor Sikoli. Any discussion? Seeing no, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Just a smooth one from the 5th Ward happening here.
All right, so not seeing any other raised hands. Let's put this one to the vote, please, Lisa.
The item carries on a unanimous vote of 4-0. Those voting in favor. Oh, my apologies. Councillor McCrary.
Yes.
Okay. Those voting in favor, Councillor Sokoli, Sless, McCreary, Van Tilburg, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item 5.2, which is zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1522, Winfield West phases 6A and 7A Conklin Road condos. And I believe we have Armstrong Planning and the applicant's Empire Communities. I suspect they're coming in virtually, are they, Lisa? All right, so we'll begin the public hearing with the presentation by the applicant.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good. So I'm Cesar Patelli. I'm here on behalf of Empire Communities from Armstrong Planning and Project Management. I do have right next to me, he's not on camera, Jason Shepardanis from Empire Communities as well. Should you guys have any questions for Empire directly at the end of the presentation. So if we can just move along to the next slide, please. So the subject site is dashed in red. It's on the west side of Conklin, just south of Shellard. You'll see that we've taken the liberty of creating a little context map here just to show some compatibility with the surrounding uses. You'll notice to the south, there's an existing townhouse block that's already built out. It's within the same zone that we're requesting on our site, which is the R4A-46, which already permits street townhouses. I believe half of our site is already zoned for that. To the north, you'll see that that is slated for mid-rise mixed use. I believe that is already built out with a more compact urban built form as well. There is a block of open space to the west of the site and across the street, Assumption College. And you'll see the remaining lands of the Winfield East and Winfield West subdivision as well. If we can move along to the next slide. So this is our very simple site plan here. The site has an area of 1.09 hectares. We are proposing lot widths of 5 meters at a minimum, lot areas at 110 square meters, a total of 43 units across 7 blocks. Resident parking, we're proposing 86 spaces, 1 in the garage and 1 in the driveway. So we're proposing 2 per unit. Visitor parking, there will be 25 spaces at grade with 3 accessible. And that'll be a total of 0.5 spaces per unit. The main change on this site plan from the one from our first submission is after consultation with planning and transportation staff, you'll notice on the far right of the site plan where it says Conklin Road that we've cut back that median that's existing over there just to allow for a full movement drive in and drive out. Initially, we were proposing just a right in and right out movement. That has since been changed at the request of planning staff and transportation staff. So if we can move along to the next slide. So this is the existing zoning on the site. You'll notice there are 2 parcels that are being consolidated here. One of them has the R4A-46 zone, again, which already permits street townhouses. The other half of the property is zoned H-R1A, which permits single detached dwellings, and we'd like to bring them both into the same zone. If we can move along to the next slide. So again, you'll notice here to the left of the screen, that is the schedule that we've attached to our draft zoning bylaw amendment. And again, we intend on bringing the entirety of the lands into the R4A zone. To the right of the screen, we've prepared just a brief overview, a chart that shows some of the zoning changes that we are proposing. To the very right in gray is what is being proposed, and to the left of those in blue and in, I guess, orange, or pink. Those would be the existing zones, and I can run through them quickly for you. The minimum lot area, again, is being changed. We are proposing 110 square meters per unit. The minimum lot width is being changed to 5 meters per unit. The lot coverage as per the R48-46 zone is not applicable. Same thing with the building height. We are in compliance at 3 stories and is not applicable. The front yard minimums actually are being improved in this particular case. If you notice the R48-46, the permitted front yard is 6 meters from the garage and 3.5 meters to the dwelling unit. We're changing that to, we're maintaining 6 meters to the garage and increasing it to 4.5 meters to a habitable room. And we're also accounting for a porch and stair encroachment of up to 2.5 meters. The rear yards are being reduced slightly from 7 meters to 6 meters. The side yards, interior side yards, obviously being attached units, would be 0. The interior end units, there's currently no specification for that in the existing zones, and we're proposing 1.5 meters. And the exterior is being increased from 3 meters and 2.4 meters respectively in the existing zones to 3.85 meters. The GFA is being proposed at 70 square meters. Landscaped open space, again, not applicable as per the existing zones. Amenity space is being maintained per the R48-46 zone at 9 square meters per unit. And the parking is in compliance with the zoning bylaw for block townhouse units at 1.5 spaces per unit. It's actually, I believe we're exceeding that. We're providing 2. The bottom, all that beautiful writing there at the bottom is, again, just for porch, stair, and deck encroachments on the subject site. If we can move along to the next slide. So you'll see here, these are just some conceptual elevations of what the site can look like. We've taken a couple of different color palettes and styles. You'll see that they're contemporary type architecture. And again, this will just give you a general understanding of what it would look like as a finished product. And if we can move along to the next slide, please. So this site is actually part of the broader Winfield West subdivision lands. You'll notice our site that's dashed in red near the top right-hand corner. So it's just a small block as part of this larger subdivision. I believe there's one phase of this subdivision that hasn't been built yet. So it's I believe 85% built already. This is just putting the finishing touches on that and finishing off this small block over here. I do want to note that we did have a public info session in September to go through the details of what's being proposed here. Nobody showed up in opposition. I believe 2 members of the public showed up in support, actually. And we believe that it's consistent with the official plan, the PPS, the growth plan, and I believe we have received a positive staff report on this as well that recommends approval here. And be happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Patelli. We do have, I think, at least one set of questions. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Looks very nice. Can you tell me, like, are you at 2 cars per, you said 1.5, but are you, and then you mentioned 2. Are you at 2, 1.5, or somewhere in between there?
Yes, Councillor, we're at 2, so they're actually tandem spots. There's one in a garage and then one on a driveway right behind it.
And so you achieve that, I guess, from the amount of frontage that you have in front of each unit. Is that how you manage to get those that extra half a spot?
Correct. Yeah, I believe it was through the adjustment of the front yard minimum just to be able to create that extra spot.
And what is that adjustment at, if I could ask?
So we've actually, I believe the R48-46 zone that half of the site is currently in says 6 meters from the garage and 3.5 meters from the dwelling unit. So we've maintained the 6 meters to the garage and increased the 3.5 to 4.5 to the dwelling unit. And I believe just with how the site is laid out, in some areas we were able to achieve it without doing anything, just by setting them back a little bit further. So we've been able to achieve those 2 spots on the entirety of the site for every unit.
Thank you. You don't know how appreciative that is, considering the things that we do see and what often constituents complain about after development goes in. So I want to just thank you for hitting that 2-car limit.
Councillor Sikora.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Mr. Patelli. I want to thank you for creating that full access to Conklin. So that would have been a disaster with U-turns in the road. I just want to verify there's no pathway between this proposed development and just beneath it, Bircher Crescent, I believe it is.
No.
There'll be no way for someone to park on Bircher and then cut through a path and go, okay. Other than walking down Conklin.
That's right. Yep.
Perfect. I think that was some of the concerns that came forward, and I thank you very much for making sure it stays that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that appears to be it, Mr. Patelli, but we'll have you back if need be, if you want to, at the end for the 5-minute reply. So at this stage, we'll go to staff for the staff report. Good afternoon, Blaine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, mayors of the committee. My name is Blaine Utabe. I'm the senior planner handling this file, Winfield West 6A, 7A, zoning bylaw amendment PZ 1522. Next slide, please. The purpose of this application is to amend the bylaw 1690 is to construct a 43-unit block townhouse development. Next slide, please. Some of this stuff in my report may be a bit repetitive. Caesar did cover a lot of it, but the site, as you mentioned, is 1.09 hectares or 2.7 acres in area. The property is on an undeveloped lot. If you can see in the aerial photo, this is a bit dated, but it does show the surrounding land uses. To the north is the Sterling Square, the four-story condos. To the south is the street townhomes off of Butcher Crescent, and then there's the Assumption School directly to the east. Just up to note too, north of Schiller Lane is a 10 or 11-story condominium building. So this represents a good transition in density. And the photograph at the bottom here is just shows the site as it is right now. It's been used for construction storage. There's a contracting trailer there, and there's been construction equipment. So currently, as of right now, it's a vacant lot. Next slide, please. So I just took some photos during the site visit. This is looking from Conklin Road and towards Conklin Road. As you can see, it's an empty lot with just basically kind of low scrub. And you can see the differing types of densities of the development adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. So here we have the development proposal. It's basically shows the site plan. As mentioned before, the entrance is off of Conklin Road. There's internal parking, visitor parking. All townhomes would be accessed from these internal roads. And then there's waste collection would be curbside pickup. The 43 stacked towns, 2 will be 8 units, 3 will be 6, 1 will be 5, and 1 will be 4 unit each. Parking requirements, as noted, are met with 111 spaces. 64.5 are needed by the bylaw. There will be 2 tandem spaces per unit. Without tandem, the requirement still would have been met at 66. And as noted, this is a good example of a transition from lower to higher densities. Next slide, please. As Cesar provided earlier, that these are just the elevations. Consideration was taken when looking at these drawings with the City of Brantford design guidelines. And this just kind of depicts different types of coloration and styles we'll have on the townhome blocks. Next slide, please. So we evaluated this proposal. It's consistent with the growth plan and the provincial policy statement. The OP designates this as residential, as shown in yellow, and townhomes are considered a low-rise building. Next slide, please. So the existing zoning, as Cesar had noted, and if you look at the site plan map, the shaded area does fall within two zones. So currently right now there's the HR1A, which is holding residential low density type A. And the southerly portion is residential medium density type A, exception 46, RA 46. These two zones are going to be changed into one, which will be a site specific residential medium density type A, exception 83 zone, R4A 83, site specific. Next slide, please. Cesar went over a lot of the proposed zoning amendments. These are the basic zoning amendments here. So proximity being no closer to 0.6 meters to lot lines. Well, he did go over it, but I can just reiterate it quickly. 110 square meters as the minimum lot area per unit. Setbacks will be, side yard setbacks will be changing. They'll be inserting block townhouse in the text. So there'll be a bit of a difference, none for the interior, 1.5 for N, 3.85 for exterior, and other things. The proximity to common lot line areas will be separating two block townhome units, as block townhome units are the main type of building on this proposal. So the proximity being no closer to 0.6 meters to lot lines or a common lot line will have separating two block townhome units. There were two other things that we were going to report that was in the report about the rezoning. The minimum GFA, can't do that anymore because of Bill 23, and accessory deck height was also in the report, but under discussion and working with the applicants, those are no longer applicable. So next slide, please. So we did have a public neighborhood meeting. So public input was taken. It was September 13th, 2022. There were two virtual attendees. It was a hybrid meeting, and Ward Councillor Sicoli. So the main concerns were construction being behind existing residential subdivision. When will it start? What's the duration? That was answered by the applicant. And the traffic in the area, especially with students walking around during school hours, it can be quite busy. There was a traffic impact study prepared for this submission. It identified that the proposed development would not cause a significant increase to traffic along the local road network. Next slide, please. So we've done a land calculation. So this proposed development is 43 units at 110 square meters proposed on 10,900 square meters of land. So what we do is we make assumptions based upon the smallest single detached lot permitted in the bylaw, which is the R1D zone, 9 meter wide, 270 square meters. So if we took 43 units at 273 square meters, this would require 11,600 square meters of land. It's a little bit of an increase. So the proposed development will use less land to achieve the same number of units, contributing to a more efficient use of land. And these proposed development of townhomes will result in less land used for an infill of underutilized space and be appropriate for this neighborhood. Next slide, please. So we took these following items in consideration before making the staff recommendation. So public input from the neighborhood meeting, urban design consideration was given to building designs, how it aligned with policies in the urban design manual, infilling of site. How does this site design, does it provide good infill development, compatibility to the surrounding neighborhoods? As noted, that there's it's a good transition of from lower density to higher density. And the types of services, neighborhood services around. There's a school. There's a commercial plaza nearby. How it's compatible with like the parks and things nearby. So, and we also considered the provincially significant wetland to the west, which has a 30-meter buffer protection. So we also consider the future realignment of the entrance to the site. So Transportation is going to work with the applicant to facilitate a minor realignment to the driveway and the streetlight location. I know some of that was shown on the site plan. So in conclusion, this is consistent with the provincial policy statements and conforms with the growth plan and official plan, and represents an appropriate level of infill development within an established neighborhood that is compatible. So therefore, planning staff recommends that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Blaine. Not seeing any questions. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
And Lisa, just double checking, there's no one virtually on this one? Member of the public?
There are no members of the public.
All right. So I will ask then if there's anyone in the chamber today that wants to speak to this matter, either for and against, please come forward. I'll ask for the second time, if there's anyone in the chamber that would like to speak to this matter, either in for or against, please come forward. And for the third and last time, if there's anyone in the chamber, now is your last opportunity to come up to speak either in opposition to or in support of this application. So I'll go back to the applicant then for, do you wish to have your 5-minute reply or clarification? Mr. Patelli.
Hi, yes, Mr. Chair. No, we don't have anything to add unless the committee has questions.
All right, so I'll ask the committee, does anybody have any questions in the way of clarification for the applicant? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Patelli. There are no questions. So if I can get a mover then to put this, mover and second to put this matter on the floor, and we'll have Lisa bring the resolution up. Councillor Sikoli, you're intending to move this? Secondary, Councillor Van Tilburg. Discussion. Councillor Sikoli.
Mine as well. This is pretty cut and dry. It's just a vacant piece of land between two already established areas that have already experienced growth. But I will just point out that when we're looking at our red tape committee things, when I suggest things like neighborhood specific zoning for things like parking, it says 2 parking spots per unit, but it's not true 2 parking spots per unit, and it's just going to continue to snowball. So obviously I'm going to support this moving forward, but 1 parking spot per unit in this neighborhood is not efficient. And it's something that we should be looking at moving forward, certainly. But I will be supporting it today. Thanks.
Right, not seeing any other raised hands, no further discussion. At least you can bring it up so we can vote on it.
Item 5.2 carries unanimously on a recorded vote of 5-0. Those voting in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillor Sikoli, Sless, Curry, Van Tilburg.
Right. So we have no presentations, delegations. There's no, I believe, Lisa, there's no further items. We did previously approve the minutes. I think that's it.